I welcome you all to the first extraordinary session of the National Assembly in the 2025 legislative year. Honorable members, this sitting is summoned pursuant to Section 98(1)(a) and 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia, 1997, and Order 11.3c of the Standing Orders of the National Assembly, as requested by more than 1/4 of members of the Assembly, dated 8 May 2025. Considering the said provisions of the law, as presiding officer, I had no option but to convene a sitting of the Assembly within 7 days of the request so made. Thus, the reason for our Assembly here today. Before us today is a motion of considerable public and national interest. A motion seeking the establishment of a special select committee of this Honorable Assembly to inquire into all matters relating to the sale and disposal of the assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry into the financial activities of public bodies, enterprises, and offices as regards their dealings with former President Yahya Jammeh and connected matters. This motion is brought against the backdrop of widespread public concern regarding the handling, management, and disposal of assets linked to the former head of state. As representatives of the people and custodians of democratic accountability, it is incumbent upon this Assembly to act in a manner that promotes transparency, upholds good governance, and ensures that due process is followed in all matters of public interest. The proposed committee will be tasked with investigating the procedures and decisions surrounding the sale and disposal of said assets, examining whether the actions taken were in compliance with the law, due process, reasonable, and making recommendations as necessary to this Assembly. Honorable members, this initiative is not only consistent with our legitimate oversight mandate, but is also in line with the expectations of Gambian people who demand accountability and integrity in the management of public affairs. I therefore urge all of us, honorable members, to approach the deliberations of this motion with due seriousness and national commitment. The outcome of this process has the potential to reinforce public trust in our institutions and to provide much-needed clarity on a matter that has lingered for too long. May wisdom, integrity, and patriotism guide us all in this endeavor. On that note, honorable members, let me once again welcome you all to the sitting of the first extraordinary session of the National Assembly in the 2025 legislative year. Honorable members, I hope you all have a copy of the said motion. I thank you. Clerk, may we proceed?
Correction and approval of records of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, 28 March 2025.
Honorable members, the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, 28 March 2025 is before us for correction and approval. Can any honorable member please move that the said record of votes and proceedings be considered and approved? Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to move that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, 28 March 2025 be corrected and approved.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal. Any seconder honorable members? Honorable Member for Sani Mentere.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member for standing mentoring. It has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sitting of Friday, 28 March 2025 be considered and approved. Honorable members, we all have copies of the said record of votes and proceedings. And as usual, we look through it page by page to be followed by your comments and observations. We begin on page 1. Honorable members, we can now move to page 3. Honorable members, we now move to page 4. Honorable Member for Nyanija.
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. Page 4, motion without notice, order 53E and 68-2. Honorable Seni Jawara, member for Lower Salum, in accordance. I think there is something missing, because if you look at the order 68-2, reference is made to members of the ABC to move such kind of motion, and I think it should reflect in this. Honorable Seni Jawara, member for Lower Salum, or member of the ABC, whatever, move the motion in accordance with this order.
Augustine, you are saying we indicate that he is member of APC and not member of Upper Salum.
No,
Lower Salum.
Yes, you can have both.
We can have, but you want it to be indicated
ABC,
that
member of the
as
ABC,
an ABC member.
Here, because that's what the standing order is saying. Thank you.
I don't think we have any, I have no any objections to that. No, because by the standing orders, it's only members of the ABC who can move the motion. So it's already understood now, whoever is moving the motion will be a member of the ABC. But there is no harm in indicating that Honorable Seni Jawara, member of the ABC and member for Lower Salum, is good. It makes it more explicit. I think the table office will note that down. Huh? Any more? Yara Central.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On page 4, just right on the paragraph that the member for Nyanija was reading, the second line, 68-2, move a motion for the bill entitled Waste Management Bill 2024 to be committed to the Select Committee. That to after the 2024 should be deleted so that it can read the Management Bill 2024 be committed to the Select Committee on Environment, Sustainable Development, and it continues. So let's delete the to.
Is to delete the to.
Yes, after the 2020.
And then, so I continue from 2024, be committed. Honorable members' comments? We are in agreement. Okay? Noted? Thank you, Honorable Member for Jara Central. Any more on page 4? Honorable members, we move to page 5. Honorable members, we can now move to page 6. Honorable members, we now move to page 7. Honorable member for Sabak Sanjar.
At 50, if you look at suspension and resumption of the assembly, order 13, where you have assembly at 57 minutes after 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the Honorable Speaker suspended the assembly for prayers until 15 minutes after 5 o'clock. Should it be in the afternoon, or there is no need to add that? Because if you look at the last line, you were addressing it that the assembly resumed after 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So one reading it might think 5 o'clock there might be in the morning or afternoon. So we have to just qualify the statement there to say in the afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. But I think mentioning the word iftar clarifies we break for iftar, that shows that after 5 o'clock is already in the evening or in the afternoon. Thank you.
We are is on page 7. Last saying it's saying now 15 minutes after 5 o'clock in the evening. I think that's what we want. Good. So we now have any more on page 7. We move to page 8. Good. So we now have Any more on page 7? We move to page 8. Honorable members, we now move to page 9. No more comments? Yeah? Bakau?
Yes. At the bottom, where you have at 55 minutes after 2 o'clock in the morning. It should be in the afternoon instead in the morning. Ah, okay, okay.
Yeah. Honorable Member Bakau. You are seated today. Okay. Honorable Member for Sani Mentoring.
Thank you again, Honorable Speaker. But, Honorable Speaker, I think already the precedents that we've set is by using, for example, 7 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 3 o'clock, and so on and so forth. But using AM or PM as just what had just happened to Honorable Member for Bakau. I think the precedent that we've set, we can continue with that by using o'clock instead of AM or PM. So what do we do about that? I think we should continue with the precedents that we've already set. Thank you.
We have created precedents. If precedents are right, you don't change them. But when you have better ones, you change it. We have just discussed, I've just discussed with the Honorable, with the table office, that following the Honorable Member for Serekunda West interjection, it is now going to be very easy for us. Instead of using afternoon, morning, just use the PM and AM. And that clears everything out. Any more questions on that? On page 9. No more questions. Honorable members, it has been moved and seconded that the record of votes and proceedings of the National Assembly sittings of Friday, 28 March 2025 be approved with amendments. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Clerk, may we proceed?
Motion. Pursuant to Section 1092 of the 1997 Constitution and Order 95.5 of the Standing Orders, be it resolved that this August Assembly do consider and approve the establishment of a special select committee to inquire into all matters relating to the sale and disposal of the assets identified by Commission of Inquiry into the financial activities of public bodies, enterprises, and offices as regards their dealing with former President Yahya Jammeh and connected matters by Honorable Billy G. Tunkara, member of the Committee of Selection.
Honorable members, may I now invite the Honorable Member for Kantora who doubles as the majority leader and a member of the Committee of Selection, to table his motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to move a motion for the establishment of a special select committee to inquire into the sales and disposals of the assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry into the financial activities of the public bodies, enterprises, and offices as regards to their dealing with former President Yahya Jammeh and connected matters. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Section 109, Subclause 2 of the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia, 1997, and Orders 95, Subclause 5 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, I move that this August Assembly do consider and approve the establishment of a special select committee to inquire into the sale and disposal of assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry into the financial activities of the public bodies, enterprises, and offices as regards their dealing with former President Yahya Jammeh and connected matters herein referred as the Commission. Preamble. Whereas the Constitution of the Republic of the Gambia, 1997, and the National Assembly Standing Orders empower the Assembly to exercise scrutiny or oversight over the executive and ensure transparency and accountability in governance. Whereas public concern continues to grow regarding the processes, legal framework, and accountability mechanisms involved in identification, sales, and disposal of all assets identified by the Commission. Whereas the Commission was established by the Executive to investigate the financial dealing and assets of former President Yahya Jammeh and his close associates. Undertook a thorough inquiry into and submitted a detailed report to government, identifying numerous movable and immovable assets by the former president during his tenure. Whereas in pursuance to the Commission's findings and recommendations, certain assets were forfeited to the state and subsequently disposed, signed by the government. Whereas the followed the value realized from the sales as well as the identities of the purchasers. And whereas the National Assembly must respond to matters of public importance, concern, or interest, and ensure that due process, public accountability, and rule of law are upheld. Now, therefore, this Honorable Assembly resolved to establish a special select committee, hereafter referred as the committee, pursuant to Section 109, Subclause 2 of the Constitution, and Orders 95, Subclause 5 of the National Assembly Standing Orders, to inquire into the sale and disposal by the committee to conduct a full, impartial, and independent inquiry and report its findings and recommendations to this Assembly within a period not exceeding 120 days from the date of its first sitting. Empower the committee to summon any person, institution, or entity it deems necessary to assist in the discharge of its mandate. Empower the committee at any time to request for the appointment by the clerk of any individual with special qualification to act as advisors at its sittings. But the appointed individuals shall not be entitled to a vote on any matter of decision by the committee. Authorize the committee to call for and inspect all books, records, agreements, official communication, returns, reports, and other documents relevant to the inquiry. Empower the clerk of the National Assembly to designate or temporarily appoint a small corps of technical staff to assist the committee in gathering information, make research and analysis on issues pertinent to the committee's deliberation and recommendations, and prepare committee's final report. Grant leave to the committee to sit even during a session or recess period of the assembly. Composition. The composition of the committee. The committee shall consist of 7 members, 7 National Assembly members. Membership shall reflect political balance and gender inclusivity as far as practicable. Members shall be nominated by the Committee of Selection in accordance to Order 96 surplus 1C of the National Assembly Standing Orders. Terms of reference of the committee. The committee shall be guided by, but not limited to, the following terms. 1. Inquire into the list of assets identified by the Commission and determine which assets were sold, transferred, or otherwise disposed of. 2. Investigate the legal and administrative processes used in the disposal of the said assets, including the authority under which they were sold. Assess whether all action taken in accordance with the laws of the Gambia, particularly related to procurement, anti-corruption, and public finance. Examine the valuation, pricing, and procurement methods used to determine assets, values, and identify any discrepancies or undervaluation. Investigate whether the valuations and sales and corporate entities, assessing whether the proper procedures were followed, office or procedural irregularities occurred. Proceeds generated from the asset disposal, whether such funds were properly deposited in public accounts, including the National Treasury and any special account. Wherever discrepancies of a criminal or fraudulent nature are discovered during the inquiry, immediately cause a report the clerk shall designate of the investigation and fact-finding process. 2. The clerk may temporarily appoint such other persons with the required competencies to support the committee in its works. And 3. The support staff shall collect and compile all relevant documentations for review by the committee, conduct preliminary background investigation, due diligence and analysis, coordinates the scheduling of and logistics of public hearing and witness appearances, maintain record of proceedings and manage evidence, organize and conduct public hearings, prepare progress reports and interim findings, prepare the committee's final report under the guidance of the committee, report timelines and auxiliary matters. The committee shall commence work within 7 days of its establishment. The committee shall submit its final report to the National Assembly no less than 120 days, that's 4 months, from the date of its first sitting, unless the mandate of the committee is extended by a resolution of the Assembly. 3. Reports shall include detail of all fact findings, legal and procedural analysis of all evidence before the committee, record of evidence received, and finally, conclusions and recommendations, including actions to be taken by relevant authority.
Members, any seconder? Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
To second the motion, and Honorable Speaker, if you could allow me to move a motion as a member of ABC Committee, arise orders 612 for members to debate for 5 minutes each on the motion.
Honorable Member for Lower Salum, you can go ahead and second the motion tabled by the Honorable Majority Leader. From there, you can come up with a motion for it. Pardon? Yeah.
I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Observation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I rise to second the motion ably moved by Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Observation. Observation. Honorable, when the motion was moved, I never asked for a seconder. What happened was, when the motion was moved, I saw tax raised up. So those are those that I want to know why their tax are up before I call for the seconder on the motion. Yes, Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, after the motion been seconded, you should put it to vote. Then another motion can come for the time, but he cannot join the two motions together. It's not the process and the procedure. No. I'm going to, please calm down. I'm not referring to you.
Yes, Honorable Member for that when the same person moved seconded the motion and moved a motion. So, honorable members, yes, now there is a motion. And then Honorable Member for Nyanija, I think you want to second the motion. I asked him to wait. One observation. Can you now second the motion?
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Observation,
Honorable Speaker.
My clock has been up for a long time.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Thank you. Until we clear out what the observations and comments were. So, Honorable Member, can you now second the motion?
Thank you very much, Honorable.
Observation,
Honorable Speaker.
My clock has been up for a long time.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Thank you. Members, I will now put the question for the first motion tabled by the Honorable Majority Leader and Member for Kantora. Who is that? It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider the establishment of a special select committee to inquire into all matters relating to the sale and disposal of the assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry into the financial activities of public bodies, enterprises and offices as regards their dealings with former President Yahya Jammeh and connected matters. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I now put the question for the second motion raised by the Honorable Member for Lower Salum, who is also a member of the ABC committee. That it has been moved and seconded that this Honorable Assembly do consider to put a time limit on the forthcoming debate and limit it to 5 minutes for each member. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Who is there saying division? For you, Bintang Karana.
Yes.
All right. Honorable members, those in favor of the motion, raise your hands. Those in favor of the motion, raise. Members, those not in favor, raise your hands. Honorable members, abstentions. Those abstaining? No abstentions. Honorable members, the results. Those in favor, 29. Those against, 14. Abstention, 0. The ayes have it. Honorable members, now the motion has been moved and seconded. We are now going into the debate. Honorable members, please. We are now going into the debate. I have a list of members who wish to take part. But the honorable member for Lower Salum, you seconded the motion. Do you want to partake in the debate? If you want to partake in the debate, we begin with you. If I were you, I was going to second the motion and participate so that you will not be timed. But now, if you are participating now, you will be timed.
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Yes, I will allow the debate to continue. I'll come later. But the reason why I do it, I want to limit myself for the 5 minutes. Because if I go beyond 5 minutes and I raise the motion again, I know members will begin to complain about it. So this is why I said the truth.
It means you want to be seen to be just and straightforward. Congratulations. So you can now take the floor.
I'll come later.
Honorable members. Honorable members. Please. Order. Honorable Lower Salim, you want to come later? It's your choice.
Honorable Speaker.
Because your name is not on the list.
Thank you very much. I don't my time.
The list I have.
Have choice to either speak at the time you call him or later. Give us the law in the standing order, please.
Honorable member, I don't know, sometimes I get worried when you take the floor. A person can second the motion just by rising up and sit down. He can come and participate at any time. That is the standard anywhere you go in the world. No, it's not a settled practice. No, honorable member for Latrikunda, please, don't talk by yourself. I ask. If you want to talk to me again. But what I'm saying is, members choose to second the motion and continue to take the floor. That's their right. You can second the motion and sit down, and you participate in the debate. So there is nothing like that. If you choose to, as he did, he could second and continue. He can just stand up, I second the motion, sit down, and I now invite the honorable member for Nyanija.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Don't worry, I will set the tune, inshallah. Honorable Speaker, thank you. the Honorable Majority Leader for ably tabling this motion. But, Honorable Speaker, first of all, I have an observation. Honorable Speaker, I have an observation. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, I think the screen has a problem. I was made to understand. We'll be timing you from our own here. Pardon? He said what? I will give you the right to time us if you will not participate. Then you cannot time anybody. All right? So, honorable members, you will be timed by the table office. Please. Okay? Honorable member for Nyanija.
Yes, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I only hope my timing begins now. Okay. Honorable Speaker, what we are dealing with is a matter of public concern and, of course, public importance. It is true, important gathering here today, but I want to be on record to say that the National Assembly, of course, have taken the right decision and, of course, at the right time. It is not easy to call for an extraordinary session, but due to the prevailing circumstances, members come among ourselves and then noting the importance of this, so we summon an extraordinary session by, of course, using the constitutional provisions. I want to thank the Majority Leader for ably bringing the request, and of course all members who sign in the request, because him alone, he cannot make this possible. Members have to partake. But I want to ask, Honorable Speaker, Honorable Majority Leader is moving this motion as a member of the Committee of Selection, or as a Majority Leader, or as member of Kantora? Because what I'm seeing here is ably moved by a member for Honorable Bileji Tunkara, member of the Committee of Selection. I want to know how the request was made to the Office of the Clerk so that it can be in accordance with the motion. So thank you very much. On that note, Honorable Speaker, moving on to the preamble, whereas you have subclause 2, where it says, sorry, subclause 3, where it said, whereas the commission was established by the executive. For that one, I think there needs to be some corrections that that commission which we are referring to, that's the Jammeh Commission, was established by the President using the section 200. I think that needs to be mentioned. So, subclause 5 on the motion, of course, where it mentioned on the later part, movable assets that were either unlawfully acquired or controlled by the former President during his tenure. Control here, I am not comfortable with this word, because what we are dealing with issues of legality and, of course, issues of assets. Control in what sense? Because personally I can say I am controlling this mic here, or somebody is controlling something somewhere. What do you want to tell us here? So moving on, Honorable Speaker, onto page 2 on the motion, whereas it is A, subclause A on page 2, it is referencing the pursuant to section 109 of the 1997 Constitution. I think that should also be reflected there. And then where it said identified by the Commission. I think here we are referring to the Jammeh Commission, so we need to specify this. I know. So, Honorable Speaker, moving on to page 3.
Nyanya,
yes.
Where are you making the correction? You said where?
A. Subclause A.
Subclause A on which page?
Page 2. Establish a special select committee, hereafter referred to as the committee pursuant to section 109(2) of the 1997 Constitution. So here also later on it is referred to as standing orders to inquire into the sale and disposal of assets identified by the, I think it should be the Jammeh Commission. We have to be specific. Of course, it is defined here in the preamble. Maybe that will suffice, the legal mind will say, but
by the commission should be the Jammeh Commission, you mean?
Of course, because that's what we are dealing with here.
You know, but I think there was a portion where it says the Jammeh Commission to be referred to as the commission.
Even even in the definition, I think commission only wouldn't suffice as far as I'm concerned. Let's mention these details. Let's say
no,
commission.
Honorable.
That is my opinion.
When you mention the full name of the commission, and now you say hereafter call the commission, it means anywhere you see the commission is that full name of the commission. You don't need to be repeating the full name of the commission. Go ahead, go ahead.
Thank you very much. We can be in agreement, but as far as I'm concerned,
observation. Observation.
Honorable member for Nyanija, are you ready?
Mike is not.
Put it on and continue.
Observation. Nyanija. Huh? Nyanija. Huh? Observation.
Observation. No, Harald. Harald, Jammeh Amutfi, Harald.
Observation.
Observation, Janjambure. Janjambure.
Honorable member for Janjambure, whom are you observing? Honorable Kamara's time has expired. He's no more. But what I'm saying is, it's not for me. He can ignore you. This is what I'm saying. It's not for me to grant you that permission. It's for the person who has taken the floor to allow that. If he can see you and ignore you. No, he cannot give you the floor when his time is no more.
Speaker, just give.
Honorable, the next one is Honorable.
Honorable Speaker.
Nominated. Somebody is talking. Honorable nominated member, Keba Lamfofana.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will start by saying a big kudos to the majority leader and all members of this August Assembly for coming forth and giving our blessings to this very important motion. The importance of the motion cannot be overemphasized, and by virtue of the fact that we have limited time, I'll go straight into the substance of my debate. Honorable Speaker, I will refer you to page 1 of the motion, where I have some observations and some concerns. Page 1, I refer you to the 5th sentence, where we have this phrase, assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry. Honorable Speaker.
Sorry, page 1?
Yes, 5th line.
Of the first paragraph, okay.
Of the first paragraph, which starts with the word disposal. And I will read, disposal of the assets identified by the Commission. Of Inquiry. Honorable Speaker, I believe if we do not qualify this phrase and we leave it as it is, it would serve as a limiting factor and further impede the scope and mandate of the committee we are about to establish. Honorable Speaker, why I'm saying this is, first, the committee must establish in full how much were the assets of the former president. The committee must equally establish how much was accounted for. Naturally, the gap will be the unaccounted one before going into the procedures. But if we limit the committee into the assets that were only identified by the Jammeh Commission, what about the assets that were not identified? And to qualify this further, Honorable Speaker, I will refer the Assembly to the white paper that was issued by the government on page 2. Paragraph 4, I will read paragraph 4, 5, and 6 to qualify why we need to really improve on the scope of the committee.
Paragraph 4 reads, or let me go to paragraph 4. It was discovered that bank accounts were opened into which paid by members of public and intended for state were directly controlled and expended by the former President Yahya Jammeh on his instructions. Are we sure that the bank accounts that were listed by the Jammeh Commission reflect in totality to that which was owned by the former president? Honorable Speaker, paragraph 5 reads, it was also discovered that former President Jammeh, during his tenure in office, has accumulated at least 131 known landed properties registered in his name or in companies and foundations in which he has shares or an interest, and that he operates at least private bank accounts directly or through aforementioned companies or foundations. 7 reads, based on this preliminary report, President Barrow deemed it in the public interest to launch an inquiry into the financial and other activities of public bodies, enterprises, and offices as regards their dealings with former President Jammeh. Honorable Speaker, the Jammeh Commission report is now public knowledge. And as an institution, we know that there are limitations. Since we'll be doing an inquiry, we will not preempt our own inquiry. But what I'm simply trying to say is we need to quantify the various assets identified. If not, we'll limit the scope of the committee. And Honorable Speaker, the other clarification I have is on page 2 of the motion itself. Page 2A. That is the establishment of the committee and the TOR. The TOR is giving the committee 120 days to report back to the place of this committee and what the committee intends to do. I fervently believe that 120 days would not be sufficient. 180, avoid the issue of coming back to this plenary and asking for an extension. We need to do investigations. We need to get witness statements. And eventually, the most important thing is the report that should be tabled here should be.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now invite the Honorable Member for Ilyasa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, let me first thank the mover of this motion for coming up with this good initiative. Honorable Speaker, all what we want to know concerning this very important motion is that the process of selling and the disposal of the forfeited items. So that is very important. This is what we want to know as far as the Gambia is concerned, because people are crying as far as how the disposal was done. Definitely this is a problem to the Gambian people. So this is what we want to know, how they sold these items and the disposal as well. Honorable Speaker, I want a clarification here. It seems that all the items, especially the vehicles, were scraps. So my question is whether there were usable vehicles among the items. So
observation.
All right.
Observation.
So yes.
Let me observe.
No, excuse me. So, Honorable Speaker, I think I want to raise my case here, and I want to wait until the proper time when we will be ready to. Yes, thank you.
Honorable members, we must get something very clear. There are no audited reports to the Assembly about how the assets were managed or mismanaged. There were no investigations into the process. All what we heard or we see or we believe is allegations. Now we are establishing a special select committee to investigate into the allegations and come here with the facts. So we give the responsibility of the trust to the select committee, who will do the job and they will bring out the facts. Please note that. I now invite the honorable member for Busumbala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I join my colleagues to give my blessing for the establishment of this special select committee to look into the affairs as mentioned in this paper. Honorable Speaker, before going forward, I think it is necessary for us to make or lay a preamble to this discussion. We register our profound respect to the Republic whose efforts have led us to this moment, and also our determined youths whose resilience and steadfastness have enabled us, the National Assembly, to call for this extraordinary session. In this regard, we may not dwell into the nitty-gritties of this issue. All what we need, we have prayers before us, and we are coming to establish a committee who should look into the issues pertaining to these prayers and furnish us with these issues. There and then, the report will be laid before this August Assembly, and we will go into the detailed discussion of these issues. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, I also see the composition of committee. Okay, if you look at this composition of the committees, it's talking about the political membership too. Memberships that reflect political balance and gender inclusivity as per practicable. If you look at this composition, how the selections will be targeting the political party actors in this, to me, it may not be fair. What I suggest is for us to look at, we have a caucus. You have the majority caucus and the minority caucus. These selected members will be drawn from this caucus to represent us. Even though I know it is in tandem with our standing order, but then this is my prayers. On that note, I thank Honorable Speaker for giving me this opportunity to register my appreciation.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Busumbala. I now invite the Honorable Member for Bakau.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, the topic before us is well overdue, in the sense that this august body have been requesting the list and bias of the assets of the former President Jammeh. But all along, when such demands come from members of this august body, the ministry responsible never responded or give deaf ear to our call. But when our young, committed Gambians come together to mobilize one another and raise their voice to our call that have never been considered. Today we are gathered here because of the call from our young men and women, of which we should say thank you very much for your effort. We are gathered here today because of your effort. Without your effort, our voice was never heard by the sitting government. So we thank you very much for your concern. Having said that, Honorable Speaker, on page 3 of your motion, Honorable Speaker, terms of reference of the committee: number 1, inquire into the list of assets identified by the Commission and determine which assets were sold, transferred, or otherwise disposed of. Honorable Speaker, in my view, I believe we should not only limit our inquiry into the identified assets which were sold and were never indicated in their report. So I'll give up my recommendation for the committee to go beyond the identified assets only. I have another concern that is just been mentioned by the Honourable Member for Busumbala. When you talk of the composition of the committee, it's talking of political pluralism, of which I believe will not be fair to other political parties. We have the majority camp, that is the ruling party camp. You have more than 15 members. We have the minority camp, almost 15. We have other political parties that are 2. We have the independent. So when we want to have one from each of these parties, we are talking of gender as well. Honorable Speaker, I want the Assembly to look into that composition. On that note, I thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bakau. I now invite the Honorable Member for Latrikunda Sabiji.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I thank the mover of the motion, but I'm cautious further thanking him until I know his intent. I further interrogate his intent of this. Honorable Speaker, first I have to premise this rightly and effectively under a correct history. History, for me, before I thought it's only study of important past events. Until a few weeks ago, I read a judgment by one judge at the Supreme Court of Gambia. Data recorded was sets of facts to be memorized. Its purpose is to tell us how do we come to be as we are, and how our themes and predicaments unfold through process of time. Honorable Speaker, 2016, Gambians, irrespective of tribe, region, political party, galvanized themselves into a very powerful political force and removed a system we thought is not favorable to Gambians. When that system was in, Honorable Speaker, the first months of the coalition government, a commission of inquiry was set up. But before this commission of inquiry was set up, people failed to understand there were a few months that the former Attorney General went to the court and seek court order to establish receiver, to establish office of a receiver, where Augustine Prong was appointed. Now, when that happened, Jammeh Commission was established. This means a state process is open to investigate the assets of former president, whether legally or illegally gotten. When the commission was established, Honorable Speaker, assets were identified. What people don't talk about, people only talk about disposal and identification. But there was another very key process, which is evaluation, identification. We have to be very sure of that. Looked at what kind of process was involved in it. Was it an auction? Was it a private sale? Because to me, auction legally, it must be advertised and it must be gazetted. By way of that, it accorded every citizen of this country to take part in the process. We also need to know that. Honorable Speaker, by way of a structural evaluation and land, there were two things involved here. Former President Jammeh's landed properties, buildings were evaluated. As a civil engineer, when we are asked to evaluate property, first we look at the structural integrity of that property. Second, we look at the building envelope of that property. Third, we also look at the building system. That is why, and you have to do that comparatively to the bill of quantity of that building. That is why some properties...
Observation.
Also, with regards to land, if it is an empty land, we look at the topography, the terrain. We also look at the economic or the economic potentials of that very land. All these properties were sold at a very cheap price. That is why this committee will have a very huge tax.
No. Is somebody standing on a point of order? All right, close this time. Close this time. How many minutes more? Huh?
Honorable Speaker, point of order 29.1. Every member shall restrict his or observation to the subject matter. We are debating a motion to establish a special committee, not about the nitty-gritties of this issue.
Yes. I want to believe that he is giving his own framework and guidelines to this proposed select committee. I think that is fair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
You are happy now.
Honorable Speaker, if you look at the terms of references, for me, if you look at the caption, the committee shall be guided by, but not limited to, the following terms. It means even things that are not specific.
Yes, what you said is correct. It means not limited. Yes. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Latrikunda Shabeji. I now invite the Honorable Member for Janjambure.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor to add my voice on the issue of discussion. To start with, I just want to show solidarity to Mustafa Kedabo and also the Gala team for actually doing the needful, because we have been here for over 2 or 3 years. We couldn't really do much. And by extension, I really want to thank the Right Honorable Jallo, Honorable Asanture, Honorable Almami Jiba for taking up this issue.
Honorable Member, you don't name names. You talk about their consequences.
Member for Dankunku, member for Foni, and member for Bakau, thank you so very much for standing by Gambians in ensuring that the truth prevails. Also to the government, I wouldn't really thank you that much, because I know without these young people, you would have not really done the needful in ensuring that a report is out, and as well as having a motion before us. I think the majority leader did this out of to play with the gallery, just to get a cheap popularity. But then we are telling the majority...
Honorable Speaker, point of order. Who is rising to a point of order? Who is rising to a point of order? Honorable Member of Opinion.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker,
I'm waiting on you.
Yes, Honorable Speaker, order 29. Yes, order 29, content of speech. 1. Every member shall restrict 29.1. Content of speech. Speeches.
No, you're happy and info. But you know, you're very bad. You're a very bad leader.
Honorable Speaker, 29.1 content of speeches. Every member shall restrict his or her observation to the subject matter under discussion. Honorable Speaker, the subject matter under discussion is the establishment of special select committee to look into the disposal of the assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry, not to caricature the Honorable Majority Leader that he started to play with the gallery about this motion. Thank you.
Honorable members, it's not always when something is not palatable to you, it's out of order. When people make remarks and you feel they are going beyond or they are not saying the facts, take the floor in your turn and correct those things and bring your facts. This debate we are on now is open-ended from the facts detailed in the motion. Probably what we may not be able to preempt is to talk about the allegations and allegations and allegations that we are on, because there are no investigations. But to give guidelines the way we go out and to believe that you think that some people contributed to this, it can come up. If you think, no, it's not so, somebody else will say, no, it's not that, that and that and that. Fine. Honorable Member for Janjambure, continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Chief Whip, I advised you last week. I'm not surprised with your actions. However, let me just get to the point straight. Honorable Speaker, I want us to look at number 5, which talks about the reporting timelines. And it says for 120 days to be given to the said committee. I want to align myself with nominated member.
5 of which page?
Number 5. No, page 5, number 2. Page 5, number 2.
Page 5, number 2. Okay.
Yes, I want us to change the days from 120 to 180 days, 6 months, considering the tax before us. Let's look at number 4 as well. Page 4, number 8. And I read, wherever discrepancies of a criminal or a fraudulent nature are discovered during the inquiry, immediately cause a report of this finding to be submitted to the IGP for further necessary actions. I want that further to be changed immediately, for the fact that we have a lot of reports before the IGP and he never acted. So we cannot trust him like that. Honorable Speaker, still on page 4, on support staff, I definitely want us to salvage the clerk of this National Assembly by not giving him all our powers. With appointments, let it be done in consultation with the special committee. Page 3, Honorable Speaker. Page 3, terms of reference of the committee. All that we're looking at is the accounted assets. I want to align myself to the members that propose that we also consider having to look into the unaccounted assets that are not really covered by the Jammeh Commission. Honorable Speaker, also on page 2, yes, on page 2, that is letter F, empower the clerk of the National Assembly to designate or temporarily appoint a small corps of technical staff to assist the committee in gathering information, make research and analysis on the issues pertinent to the committee's deliberation and recommendations. and prepare committee's final report. I also want to advise that let the clerk do this in consultation with the special committee in order to kind of guide the process. With these few remarks, I beg to take my seat.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Janjambure. I now invite the Honorable Member for Jara Central.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the issue also that I wanted to raise have already been taken care of with the member, the nominated member, Honorable Kebalam Fofana, and the member for Janjambure. That is to increase the 120 days, because we have a big task before us. It's not an easy task. So 4 months, for me, is not enough. Let's make it almost what he have said, 180 days.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Jara Central. I now invite the Honorable Member for Upper Fladu West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. First of all, I think I would like to thank the majority leader for moving this motion. I think it's very, very important. And then it's a public concern, because majority of the Gambians, I know some are not here, but majority of them, they are following the proceedings at the National Assembly right now as we speak. So I think it's very, very important. For me, I just want to say a few things concerning about setting up this inquiry committee looking into the assets of the former president. And then we are expecting to see a lot of public hearings, and also we are expecting to see many witnesses to testify before the committee. Now, along the way, we are expecting to see a lot of legal wrangling. And then if you look at the time frame that is given to this committee, to me, even 6 months is small. That's my personal opinion. That's my personal opinion. Even to me, my personal opinion, 6 months is too small, because we are talking of, thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of assets. You understand? And then the former president, the asset that he left, even when change of government happened, we all know what happened in this country. Before, on the 19th January 2027, before 19th January 2017, some Gambians were out in the street. Some of Jammeh'S assets were stolen, which were not even accounted by the Jammeh Commission. Of course, it happens. Yes, and then these are things that we need to put into consideration. Like for me, if you look at the TOR, that is the term of reference for the committee, that is page 3. Page 3, number 2. Honorable Speaker, if you look at page 3, number 2, the term of reference of the committee to investigate the legal and administrative processes used in the disposal of the said assets, including the authority under which they were sold. So based on that, for me, I just want to give recommendation to this assembly that I am recommending a head of the Superior Court, either a judge from the Supreme Court or a judge from the Court of Appeal, to serve as an advisor to this committee. Simply because the moment the committee start work, anyway, that's my opinion. Whether it will stand or not, that's my personal opinion. Yes, and then this is what I just want to recommend. And then finally, I would thank the majority leader for coming up with this. I think it's very, very timely. And then I'm very, very sure the committee is going to do the needful. And I'm urging the committee that let them work hand in glove. And no stone is going to be left unturned. And then by the grace of Allah, Gambians, everything, will be published, and then Gambians will be satisfied at the end of the day. All those found wanting of, looting this asset or taking it another way around, they will pay the price. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Upper Fladu West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Fladu West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I join my colleagues to thank the Majority Leader for bringing this noble motion in the Assembly. But my head is down today, and all members' heads should be down. We bear witness that this matter should not have been dealt with today. We have a key function to do as people representative. And we were here when the phony councillor and these phony people will take it to be APRC. Why now? The truth must prevail. And again, I thank the youths, but advise them to protest. Why do we want to portray before the gallery that we were more concerned when the matter have not come from the youths? Why are we playing on the gallery? Why do we want to fool one another in this country? Why? This is very sad that the National Assembly, being a duty bearer on performing an oversight, and this is right before every Gambian. We all know what happened to Jammeh'S asset, and we know how the commission was set up. Today we're sitting down playing on the gallery as we really mean business. That's why I said my head is down. And we must admit, there is something that we must admit. There was a commission called the Alkali Commission. There was no protest, no nothing that happened in this country. This is showing you that, you see, and again, coming back, and in the committee, we all know the bad blood. We all know the bad blood that have existed between Jammeh and certain politicians. We are not expecting them to be here. They cannot be neutral. We have to have people that are very frank and determined to do the job. Because if not, anything that Jammeh did was wrong in this country. That's not true. Jammeh did wrong, Jammeh did good. In fact, I will bring another motion to make sure that we pardon Jammeh. Look, he did bad and he did good. So what I'm saying again, I'm reading. And now I'm not allowing anybody to observe me. When we could have done our job, why do you want to observe me? For what? Look, please. Yes, madam, you can. Yes, I also join my colleagues to say the time that is given for the people to do this job, the time is very small, because we will not entertain anybody for extension. So that's why I'm also joining my colleagues to ensure that at least we try to move it to 180 days, so that there will be no extension on whatsoever. But as Gambians, let us not be selective to the truth. We cannot be selective, because it is not dear to you, you don't care. And when I see this thing, definitely we have to thank the youths of this country. But please, the single caution I'll say, do youths have a cause? Do not allow selfish people to come into your midst and manipulate you and bring in their political agenda. You have a cause for transparency, stability, and be rest assured that we will join you in that cause. We are in support of you, and with permission, and even with not, we will negotiate for permit to be given, and we will make sure that the truth will come out from this. And I am here waiting for the selection committee to come and select people that I feel are conflicted and have interest. I will deny that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Lower Fladu West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sani Mentoring.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, before I move on looking at the merits and principles of this motion, Honorable Speaker, I believe I cannot do justice without thanking the youths of this nation. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for coming out boldly to demonstrate and request for justice and request for the document that has been delayed for so many years. And it is your right, it is your constitutional right to request for something that you are part and parcel of asking that document. Honorable Speaker, it is a right for every citizen, being a party leader, being a party secretary, being a party office cleaner, or being whoever to come to this chamber and listen to members' deliberations with regards to the merits and principles of this motion, as long as the assets of the former President Jammeh is being discussed in this parliament, which is the right of the citizens to know how everything transpired with regards to the Jammeh Commission. Honorable Speaker, looking at the merits, as I said, and principles of this motion, I have thoroughly looked at the terms and references of the committee to be set up, to be established. 1, inquire into the list of the assets identified by the Commission and determine which assets were sold, transferred, or otherwise disposed of. I think that is not enough for 1. Honorable Speaker, I suggest we also add who were the buyers of these said assets. I request that to be added, or I suggest. Honorable Speaker, on the investigation of the legal administrative processes used in the disposal of the said assets, including the authority under which they were sold. I really support that idea. We need clarity on this. This is not a joke. This is timely. It is long overdue, as alluded by Honorable Member of Bakau. It is long overdue. I remember there were members who were asking for these assets. Who sold the assets? Who were the buyers? How was it built? Series of questions has been raised with regards to the assets of President Yahya Jammeh. And thank you very much, Honorable Almamejib, Honorable Member for Fonyi Councillor, who has constantly been asking about these assets. But people think he was just asking it because he's a member of No to Coalition. No, he is a citizen of the country. He is a member who is representing citizens of this country. And I believe he was not asking it because he's a member of the No to Coalition, but he's asking it because a citizen, and this is a concern of people Gambia needs to know. It's a public fund. These are public assets. These are no more Express or President Yahya Jammeh's assets. These are public funds, and we need clarity on this. So thank you very much, Honorable Member for your Councillor, for boldly coming out, asking for these assets, asking the buyers, asking every little bit with regards to the assets of President Yahya Jammeh. And then also again, Honorable Speaker, I don't think I'll have much more to say, because we'll be just repeating of what other members have already dwelt on. Honorable Speaker, but there's only one point that I need to observe. In the establishment of the committee, the establishment of the committee needs to be considered very, very well in a regard of selecting who will be part of this committee. We need only 1 member, as recorded here. Member from each party. I wouldn't want you to select Honorable Fatih Cham, because I just want to be there as a name of being a member of this select committee as Honorable Fatih Cham, when for the fact that I know I will not be here, just the name to be there. We should be selecting people who will be here, who will be ready to die and investigate this matter with other members. Honorable Speaker, I beg to move. Thank you very much.
Honorable Member, I just want to make something very clear, that the modus operandi, or the set criteria for selections, is embedded in our own standing orders. The standing orders has given us the ways to put up a committee. If we feel that the process in the standing orders, at the end, we just try to amend our standing orders to suit what we want. But as we speak now, we can't go outside the regulations set for ourselves. Let's not busybody ourselves on some of those issues. Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for mentoring. I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Let me also join my colleague to thank the majority leader for coming up with this motion. Honorable Speaker, if we were listening to, this thing would not happen as it happened for the past few days. Honorable Speaker, a series of parliamentary questions is sent
to the various ministries who were responsible of disposing of this Jammeh'S asset. People like me, it went to an extent I was even categorized as an opposition. Not that. But what is important, I am the first person to write a parliamentary question when the Jammeh Commission made their recommendation. The observation I made at that time, Jammeh is a dictator, I agree. That's what we all said. But can somebody be in power for 22 years? He don't have nothing. 22 good years. He don't have nothing. I don't think. Then I wrote a parliamentary question. Series of parliamentary questions, repeatedly, we couldn't get a headway. What caused that, I don't know. But let me thank the youth of this country, because you elected us. Give us insurance, here where I am standing. I will talk whatever I talk. You insure my mouth. You give me immunity. You give me power. When I failed to execute that power, you said, okay, let's allow them. We give them the power. Then you went out. Use your power. What we are requesting on your behalf have to forcefully come out. Thank you very much, the youth of this country. Honestly, that's it. As members of parliament, any power we have, they give us the power. If we fail to apply the power, they will apply it and get the truth out of it. Honorable Speaker, but again, we have to be debate factually. Thank God also we have a system in place that will listen to its people. When we were rejected the permit, some of you were arrested. The authority knew, okay, there is a law, but what is more important today? Let me listen to my people. Then you were released and you were given the demand that you asked. And that's what should a responsible government also do. Listen to the cause of your people. Honorable Speaker, on the motion, I think nominated member Keba Langfo raised an issue, but what we need to add after inquiry is to add an other connected matter. If we add it there, then the problem is solved. Then we can go in for anything with regard of the former head of state. But if we leave it as it is, we will just be restricted on the Jammeh Commission. And there is a notion, there is a lot of things left behind. Honorable Speaker, my debate is not too much, but then I would concur with member for Janjambure on bullet point 8. Because in your own statement, when you were reading your communication from the chair, you have mentioned something very important, that we should attach seriousness and commitment to this investigation. And I agree with you, because there is an investigation that was launched in this August Assembly. I am observing, making an observation from that, from the proceeding of that investigation. We must go give this committee power, because there are people responsible. But the bullet number, bullet 8 is saying, whenever discrepancies of a criminal or fraudulent nature are discovered during the inquiry, immediately cause a report of this finding to be submitted to the Inspector General of Police for further action. But I think this committee must be given the power. If the committee suspected somebody have abetted on any of these matters, so that the individual can be sent for an administrative leave. Because you cannot be investigating somebody and he is sitting on that chair. He can tamper with evidence. And that's what will make this committee to be serious. That's what will make the people to respect this committee. But if we don't give them the power to send people who are responsible on administrative leave while the inquiry is on, the proceeding of this inquiry will be drained.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku. I now invite the Honorable Member for Banjul South.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank the Majority Leader for coming up with this applaudable motion. But I would also bring it to his attention that next time, I think it's only fair enough that he consults all members of the Assembly so that we can also be given the opportunity to sign, because an honorable member did mention that he's thanking members that have signed, but some of us were not aware of inquiries when it came regarding the ACI, and all members of Parliament were consulted. So I would ask the Honourable Majority next time to consult all members of Parliament, because this is national interest and we are all interested. And then, Honourable Speaker, I will not start without thanking this noble, gallant youth of Gambia, and I am glad to identify them by name. I would have, but I will not be allowed to. But thank you, Honorable, and I will call you Honorable today because you are more honorable than us. We have been here. We have been here for many years, and some members, I have not asked, unfortunately.
Honorable.
Some members.
Honorable, you are more honorable than me. Don't say than us.
That is you.
Yeah, if you want to thank them,
Mr. Speaker, my time is going. Maybe that is you, but for me, I deem them more honorable than honorable members.
Speak on our behalf. You can only speak on your behalf.
You are taking my time, Mr. Speaker. Please allow
no, Honorable, sit down.
Give me 5 minutes. Don't take
Honorable,
my time.
sit down. Honorable, don't argue with me. What I'm saying is, you can speak on your behalf.
Giving them the title, I said they are more honorable than honorable members. That is not.
You said they are more honorable than us.
Mr. Speaker.
I heard you.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday,
unless you are on the path, I will not let you go until we get this clear. Please. Please.
Point
of order. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I came across a statement by a youth.
Speaker, point of order.
Honorable member for Nyanija.
20. Sorry, this mic. 5. No members are promote other member. The member is imputed to all the. Definitely.
Sustained. In fact, that's what I was
saying.
It's withdrawn. Okay, it's withdrawn, but they are still very honorable, and I see you as very honorable.
Okay.
Honorable Speaker, I came across a statement yesterday by a young man, and I was very touched. And he said, this is not my word, it is his word. He said, you will never get justice when criminals rule. And let us allow criminals not to rule this country. It is not my statement, it is something I came across yesterday. And I salute the young men that came out seeking for justice, seeking that we are not ruled by criminals. Again, not my word, but they are demanding for accountability. And the young men and women, we thank you for taking the right steps, demanding for accountability, demanding for justice. Something that I have been sitting in this assembly, I think for coming to 8 years, which I have unsuccessfully been able to do. And I think you will be successful in bringing change that we deserve, that we demanded in 2016. I think you can take us back to those days where we will change a system and bring in a system that this country deserves. 2026. Mr. Speaker, if I go back to the motion, Mr. Speaker, he says, and Honorable Speaker, he said he wants connected matters, and I think connected matters and persons, because it is not only matters, it also includes persons, and also close family, close associates, close family should also be included. Also, it says disposal of other assets or otherwise, because it is not only sales or disposal. There are some items that were not sold, so we need to know those items as well. And also, there should be no room for extension. So I agree with the nominated member for it to be increased to 180 days, Mr. Speaker. And also, if we look at 3.5, it says in the public interest. It should say in the best interest of the public, because what is the public interest? We don't know. It should be in the best interest of the public. Thank you. Yeah, but the best interest, you can only say public interest, but not the best. Mr. Speaker, also, the honorable member brought about the Public Order Act. Mr. Speaker, on Thursday and Friday, maybe we did not sleep, we cried, but from Saturday until 2026,
Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Member for Banjul South. I now invite the Honorable Member for Ol Yundum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, first of all, I also want to register my appreciation to the Majority Leader for bringing a motion for this National Assembly to set a special select committee to look into the Commission of Inquiry on the Jammeh assets. And I think it's important. The objective of the motion is valid, and it is only important for us as members of Parliament to deal with the objects of the motion. Perhaps one of the things I need to look at is, somebody said on page 4, support staff. I just want to differ with that proposal. And I think it's important for us to consider, because we have set up an inquiry, and it is a member-led inquiry, kind of. We have seen how it is going. So I think we are trying to departure from, this is a departure from that. Because of the clerk, that is mandated to look into the affairs of this assembly, and the custodian of every administration that is going on in this parliament cannot be left out in what we are doing. I think we need to also grant him powers to also appoint certain people who will work with this committee. We cannot leave the clerk out. And I think we also have to have that independent, mind to select people who we think are competent to support the committee. I think that is important. We cannot leave that out. And I wanted to make that clear, because I have somebody said that. That is one of the things that I need to clarify, so that I can give it my support. The other thing I want to say, Honorable Speaker, aside from the motion, you see, we need to be very clear. I think all of us in this National Assembly will have to acknowledge what the Republic have done. And of course also acknowledge what the young people have done. We acknowledge them. But I want to say, the young people of this country doesn't need any validation from anybody. It's for the interest of the Gambia. Not me and not anybody. So even thank them, because you're thanking them for what? They are doing what they're supposed to do. It's their country. All of us as politicians are thanking them for our own interests. Our interests? Yes, of course. That is a fact. It is for our interests, not them. And I want them to understand that. You understand? It is your right to do what you are supposed to do, and you don't need validation from any politician. That is the fact. Any politician who is doing it for his own interest, just to use you. That is a fact. And I think we need to make that very clear. All of us in this National Assembly, we acknowledge what they have done. And then we have requested for the list of the properties. I think the Justice Minister, we need to be very fair. The Justice Minister provided a list of landed properties in this National Assembly. That was what is requested. That was what is requested through a parliamentary question. It was provided. And then we need to make the records very, very clear. We cannot come to this chamber and say, we have requested 8 years, we cannot have it. That is not factual. That is misleading. What was provided is what was requested. That is a fact. And nobody is hiding anything here. I am not going to be part of those who are going to hide what is going to happen in this commission. I am not going to be part of it. And I told the Majority Leader. And I think all my colleagues, you know that very well. You understand? Nobody is going to hide anything. So we are all in this together. What I am trying to say is, all of us together need to work in one block, whether you are part of the minority or the majority. We need to work together. Let us not see each other as being part of the executive and you are part of the opposition. It is the National Assembly whose integrity is at stake, and then it is us who should mend it. and through this very special committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Old Yundum. I now invite the Honorable Member for Lower Badibu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I will also join my colleagues, despite the fact that some members are condemning members for targeting these gallant youths in doing the needful for this country. I will salute you, and I will continue to salute you for the stand that you have taken against injustice that has been made on Gambians for so long. We need to speak about it. We need to condemn it. I am with you in the struggle. Honorable Speaker, the demand of these youths is legitimate. It is not illegitimate, it's legitimate. And no, you have written an indelible mark in the history of this country, which is not going to be easily wiped out or erased. Honorable Speaker, when these people were out to demand the justice for the Gambian people, I was not in the country, but I wish I was here. I would have joined you. But nonetheless, I have instructed my sons to join you, and they were there in demanding the justice. Honorable Speaker, I will, of course, the issue of setting up parliamentary question on this issue. This parliament has already, Gambian people has already lost confidence in this parliament, whether we know it or not. This is the fact. They don't, honestly speaking, they don't respect us anymore because of our own stand. I'll never commend what the majority leader for coming up with this motion. I'll never do it, because the reason why you came up with this motion is because of the action of these youths. Otherwise, today we would not have been here. The reason why we are here is because of your action. Otherwise, today all of us would have been sitting in our homes, drinking our attire and of course eating our rice. Honorable Speaker, and I believe we should give chance to honest people. I'm not telling you there are no honest people in this parliament, but we know each other. We don't want truth to be, you want to be on at everything. That is truthful. I would not want to waste much time on this. I am waiting for the report of the commission. Then that day, I will of course deliberate on issues that are affecting Gambians, including myself and you people. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Lower Badibu. Honorable members, when you address the Speaker. And then, you are not addressing those at the gallery. I now invite the Honorable Member for Talinding Kunja.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, let me start with the member for Olinu, because he was just countered what I was going to start from. That is acknowledging the efforts of the civil society, which includes the youth. Now, saying that anyone who praised them, you are doing it for partisan purposes, is unfair.
We'll praise them.
Because when you started your debate, you just thanked the majority leader for bringing the motion. Is it not his job? You thank the majority leader for refusing people to thank civil society. That's not fair. That's not fair. So we have to recognize people's individual efforts. We as a parliament, allow me to continue. You are obstructing unnecessarily. So, Clark, my time is going.
Hold the line. Honorable Member for Latrikunda, you have your standing orders guiding us. Please, avoid me interjecting. Why can't we behave ourselves? No, you did. Please, and honorable members, when you speak, you want people to listen to you. If people are speaking, please listen to them. However hard you may disagree with them. But it's not fair when you are talking, you want people to listen, and when people are talking, you don't want to listen. That is not fair. Please, let's be a little bit patient. Honorable Member for Talinding, please continue.
Honorable point of order.
Who is somebody? Point of order?
All you do.
Is somebody rising on a point of order?
Yes. All you
do, yes?
Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on the point of order 29, clause 5. I think clause 5 says no member shall impute improper motive to any other member. And of course, Honorable Speaker, I did my submission, but I did say I acknowledge the effort of Republic and the youth. I did say that. I went further to say, the young people of this country, you don't need validation from politicians, because what they have done is what they are supposed to do.
Honorable, what did he impute into your statement?
What I did not. I said nobody.
Honorable, yes, Honorable, I heard exactly what he has said that had not.
I use.
Honorable Member for Talinding, can you continue?
Thank you, my time. There was a lot of interruptions. No, say.
You can continue.
I don't even speak for 30 seconds before they interrupt. So what I was saying, I want to thank the member for Oprah today, because we are here today after many years because of the failure of the government to deliver.
I don't say that. I don't say that.
To the Gambian.
No, I don't say that. I don't say that. I don't say that. No,
It is very embarrassing. It is very embarrassing that a commission was set up to look at looted assets of this country.
Speaker, point of order.
To come back and see after the commission's seizing all those assets.
Point of order.
To look
Speaker.
at how those assets are.
Point of order.
Point of order. May I
Yes.
hear your point of order?
No member shall input improper motive to any other member. I've never said that. What I said it is clear.
I've never said what?
To say admit that government have failed. What I said that we can attest that the member for councillor have brought this matter and no other member was volunteer even to bring this matter. Today my head is down as a member of parliament. That's what I said. No, I don't say that. No.
You know, honorable members, order please. In this particular instance, my memory does not serve me that honorable member for Lower Fuladu, has acknowledged government's failures. I have not heard that. to be honest. I tried to consult to know, but I have not heard that. So I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair to make that statement that he acknowledged government's failure.
Now, the issue is, meanings are implied. People's arguments, people look at inferences, you are indirectly saying that we don't do what we are supposed to do. Now, stop, you've taken your... I don't speak a point of order. Now, okay, you have not acknowledged. Fine. Allow me to proceed. Now, let me say this thing. Point of order. It's important in the motion to look at the commitment of the government. Yes, in implementing the Jammeh recommendations, because the commission released, the government released a white paper acknowledging the recommendations that the Jammeh Commission made, and those things you cannot find them in the Jammeh Commission report now, because the government should act on them. So, how has the government acted towards them? Because there are individuals that are mentioned as Jammeh associates. They have looked at this country millions and hundreds of millions of dollars. The commission recommended that those monies should be paid, their assets should be forfeited. And this money, you will not find it in the commission now. It's the government that should act on it. And these properties should be forfeited. Has government done that? Has those monies been recovered? This especially encourage also look at that. We should look at how government conforms to the implementation of the Jammeh recommendations, and according to his white paper. Like honorable nominated member was saying, does government respect its own white paper? This special committee should look at that, because there are also landed properties that Jammeh tried to list, about 30 of them. The commission identified them, and then to stop those leasing process and return the properties. Has government those ones? There are landed properties that have been issued by municipalities and councils to Jammeh, by communities to Jammeh. What happens to those landed properties? So government's commitments in terms of enforcing its own white paper, this special committee should look at that. So you are not going to look at only what yes. So in terms of democratization, that you mentioned that the democratic space is there. You've just exposed this minority camp through a member for Central Badibo, trying to attempt to amend the Public Order Act that your government used to pounce on these actors, these peaceful demonstrators. And now, where is the peaceful democracy you are talking about? Every government is...
Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for challenging Kunyang. I now invite the Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Minority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, due to time factor, I observe all protocols. Honorable Speaker, I take note of concern regarding the caption inquiry. This excludes other assets that were not identified by the Commission. I believe that too is a concern to the great population. Honorable Speaker, if you go to the preamble, the Roman figure 2 of the preamble, whereas public concern continues to grow regarding the processes, legal frameworks, and accountability mechanism involved in the identification, sale, and disposal of all assets identified by the Commission. This is the second part of the preamble. And if you look at this, this is at a point when the public saw growing concern on this sale and disposal. I believe that comes after the report and then the white paper was put before the public. I believe now, on that basis, I suggest rearrangement of the preamble. This one, instead of coming at the second point, should rather come as the seventh point, and that will fall after, whereas the National Assembly and great public considers that the government has not sufficiently disclosed the manner in which these assets were disposed of, the procedures followed, the value realized from the sale, as well as the identities of the purchase, then this can come to be followed by whereas the National Assembly must respond to the matters of public importance. This can connect, but where the particular phrase is positioned, that means that was noted before even the commission was established. The establishment of the commission supposed to be the second point before the people reaction. Having made that, let me refer you to page 3 of the motion that has to do with the composition of the committee. In the composition of the committee, we were referred to 96(1) of the standing orders. 96(1) of the standing orders. 96(1)(c) and 1(c) is about the membership of the Special Select Committee shall normally consist of a chairperson and 4 other members, and in any event, not more than 7 members in total. Now, this did not go in detail to suggest the reflection of political balance and gender inclusivity. I don't know where we get that from that. And this narrowed the position made by Honorable Member for Nyanija. I refer you to 96.5 or 95.25 in page 115. Special select committees may be established to deal with any specific time-bound matters on a motion setting out the terms of reference thereof and tabled by the committee of selection. That is for the selection of the special select committee, but not the motion. The motion emanates from a member, but not the selection committee. Now it is for the process of selecting the selection committee, that is the motion that will come from the selection committee. He is right to have the honorable member for Kantora majority leader as a mover under the pretext of member of the committee of selection should be the
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bikama North and Minority Leader. I now invite the Honorable Nominated Member and Deputy Speaker, Honorable Sidi Eskenjai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm going to be very brief. I want to thank the Majority Leader and members of the National Assembly for calling on this special or extraordinary session to set up special committee to look into and also review in respect of the Jammeh Commission's regards assets and properties identified by the Jammeh Commissions in respect of their disposals. Honorable Speaker, one thing I think we need to take into account as members of the National Assembly, we are not debating the report or the conduct of the Jammeh Commission yet. We are setting up a special committee that should legally review not, of course, act or omission done by the members of the Jammeh Commission, but acts that deliberately are injurious to this country. That's why we are here. And in that, of course, assets have been identified. And the special committee must look at those assets that were identified by the Jammeh Commission. Their valuations, the processes and procedures of those valuations, who conducted the valuations,
and also the committee to determine whether those assets, of course, vis-a-vis cars, that is tractors, landed properties, or the assets and properties that the China Commission dealt with, including the cattle. Who valuated them? How were they valuated? Was they undervaluated or not? Who, of course, we know we said the China Commissions and so on and so forth. What was the recommendations from those who evaluated those assets? Each asset, were they undervaluated or not? Who bought them, or what was the process and processes done during the auctioning? We were told some assets were auctioned and sold. Who buy them? We profile those, the buyers, of course, correlate them. Member for Central Body Book, please. Who bought those assets? We profile them to ascertain how they were able to buy those assets, whether there were certain things that were done that are against the establishment. That is why some members who, for one reason or the other, politically, special commission. Because when we are, because Honorable, and at the same time you put on your microphone. Because if your microphone is not on, we will not hear.
Point of order.
Yes, please stand on your point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker, 29.5. No member shall impute improper motives to any other member. Honorable, the Deputy Speaker is imputing improper motive. He's saying that some members are playing, I don't know what exactly he said, he should repeat it. But he's saying that some members are using it politically. Mr. Speaker, he should retract that statement because he is the one that is playing with it. He was here in 2017 with your support and brought the motion of emergency that did not want this. So if somebody is playing politics, he is the one that is playing politics, not member.
Your point of order is not sustained. Honorable member, can you continue? Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Point of order. Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, and I want to thank the member for Banjul South for those comments directed at me personally, and I appreciate them, and I want to thank her sincerely for that.
Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, I repeat. Honorable Deputy Speaker. Yes, Honorable Member for Latrikunda. Thank you.
Contents of speech.
Come here.
29. Contents of speech. Every member shall restrict his or her observation to the subject matter under discussion. Honorable Speaker, where the Honorable Deputy Majority Speaker is deflating is not what is under the discussion here. The Honorable Deputy Speaker is more conflicted in this National Assembly than anybody. He's the one who traveled with the former President.
Honorable Member, you are completely out of order. And you wanted to make a statement, you are going behind the point of order. Next time I will not tolerate it. Please. All right. Honorable Speaker. Deputy Speaker, can you continue?
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Member, thank you.
Deputy, let me
Honorable
observe
Speaker,
you.
I repeat.
Honorable Speaker.
Please, Honorable Speaker, I repeat. Please, Honorable Members, any one of us who think politically you might be biased in this regard, please, even if you are nominated to be member of the special committee, recuse yourself. I repeat that. And I want to say that also, members are always advised to read their standing orders. If you want to stand on a point of order, you must know the law. You must not waste the time of the House. You must not play with the gallery. We are not here to joke. We are not here for social media. Please, Honorable Speaker, I thank you.
Can I order you, please?
Lower Fuladu. Yes, what were you saying? Were you standing up to a point of order?
No, I was observing the...
Honorable member for Lower Fuladu. Yes, you said what?
I just wanted to observe the happenings, the procedures, because the proceedings. You see, members will not rise on a point of order because they have a statement to do.
Now, Honorable, no, that one I have addressed that one. I know that the Honorable member for Latrikunda knows that he had no point of order. But he wanted to make a statement, and therefore he can only go under the cover of point of order. And then when he made his point of order, he went further to say what he wanted to say. This was wrong. He knows it was wrong. He himself knows that. There are times when parliamentarians know that this is wrong, and they try to dribble. But what I said, if you are dribbling and you are caught, the whistle is gone. Agree, stop. Yes, you can dribble, but when you are caught, please. Honorable members.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker. Point of order.
Who is standing on a point of order?
Nominated member.
Yes,
Honorable. And section 112A and B of the Constitution. I will read all and then make my submission. 29.1 reads, every member shall restrict his or her observations to the subject under discussion. 29.5 reads, Honorable Speaker, no member shall impute improper motive to any other member. And section 112 of the Constitution reads, section 112A, all members shall maintain the dignity of the National Assembly, both during the sitting of the National Assembly and in their acts and activities outside the National Assembly. Honorable Speaker, a precedent was set. The main reason the member from Banjul South and the member from Latrikunda Sabiji rather raised a point of order against the Honorable Speaker or Deputy Speaker was a member rose here and imputed improper motives on the majority leader, and we allowed it to pass. And we said the debate is open-ended.
Honorable, what is your point of order?
My point of order is members are not restricting themselves to the subject under discussion. And to this, the member from Janjambure falls short and the Deputy Speaker equally.
Honorable members, when members are not subjecting themselves to the theme under discussion, rise up and put a point of order and I make a determination.
Honorable Speaker, that was done.
No.
But your judgment set a precedence. That is why it is happening. And if we allow it to continue,
it's not correct. I don't agree with that, Honorable.
I stand by my submission, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, but I am not in agreement with that. My judgment actually is based on what I have seen and heard and by the laws. It may differ with how you see it. But you cannot say that that is either right or wrong or whatever. Honorable member for honorable nominated members and Deputy Speaker, CD SK, can you continue?
No, I'm done.
You are done?
I'm done here.
This was raised, I think, just then by the honorable minority leader. If you make reference to Section 95, sub 5, Section 95 of the standing orders, sub 5, clause 5. Sub 5. Yeah. Have you seen it?
Yes,
okay, no problem. I wanted you just to incline your mind on it.
Special select committees may be established to deal with any specific time-bounded matters on a motion setting out the terms of reference thereof and tabled by the Committee of Selection.
What I try to is it infers that is the committee of selection for special select committees, is the committee of selection member who should table it. And that was why we had to have a meeting of the committee of selection yesterday to look at it and for a bit to be tabled.
Can I comment?
Yeah, you may ask further questions. We just want clarity on it.
The question is that, yes, I agree. What I'm trying to say is that for this particular motion, it's not for the selection of the special select committee. Tomorrow's sitting will be for the selection of the special select committee. That is the one that will come from the selection committee. But this particular one is a member who moved for the call of this extraordinary with this motion that did not emanate from the special select committee.
Honorable, you know what you are saying. I've heard it. Like after this session, the committee of selection will meet to select the membership. That will be tabled tomorrow. But what we are now saying is, in this particular instance and this particular 95/5, it's not talking about that. It talks about a special select committee, and that one has to be done by a member of the selection committee. That's what 95/5 is saying. From all my consultations with the legal people, they all agreed on that principle, that's what it implies. I am what? Okay, you are saying I'm on track. Okay, so honorable member, from our legal department, all of them, consensus. So if there is ambiguity, we look at it to make it very clear. I now thank the honorable
point of order
member honorable nominated member and deputy speaker. Thank you very much.
Point of
I
order.
now call upon.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
Point of
order.
Yes.
Point of order 29(5). I said no member shall improve improper motive. Mr. Speaker, I think I made a mistake when I raised that point of order on the Deputy Speaker. I wish to withdraw. Thank you.
I heard you well. I heard you say Deputy Speaker and I don't know, withdraw, something like that.
Mr. Speaker, I listened to what the Deputy Speaker said again, and what I thought he said was not what he said. So I said I withdraw it. Thank you.
That's magnanimity. Somebody will acknowledge that I've made an error. It's not easy, but if anybody does it, I take it to be great.
I
now invite the honorable member for Banjul North.
Honorable Speaker, the truth is, if the government doesn't want any protest, let them stop doing wrong things in this country. Any protest, let them stop doing wrong things in this country. And that is the fact. Let them stop it. And that is the fact. Let them stop it. But going further, Honorable Speaker, I believe it is important to put it to the Parliament. You lose your health, of course you lose something. But if you lose your integrity, you lose everything. We cannot afford to lose our integrity as Parliament. It says for the establishment of a special select committee to inquire into the sales and disposal of the assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry into the financial activities of public bodies, enterprises and offices. Honorable Speaker, and also the principle on the merits of this motion, I will want to the unidentified assets. This needs to be included as part of the motion. The issue of the committee also, this will be included. Honorable Speaker, I will also join other members who propose, instead of 120 days, without numbers, we have seen committees coming here requesting for extension. We are not compromising this one. Let them do the needful within 180 days and see that they produce a very comprehensive report whereby we can be able to read and understand and not to read and become confused. Honorable Speaker, I will also join other members in terms of submitting findings to the police that they should act immediately. And also, for people that are within the system, should be sent to administrative leave. This is in order. Saying that, I will want the parliament to know that as long as we manage problems in this country, we will never solve them. And now is the time. We must all come together and make sure that we solve the problem of this country. No compromise in terms of making sure that you are exposed to the public in terms of what you will be doing.
Member for Banjul North. I now invite the Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. There are those who wrap themselves in flags and blow the tiny trumpet. Civilized behavior, Honorable Speaker. I will commend the Honorable Majority Leader for coming up with this motion. I don't want anybody to beat the table or clap for me because I'm speaking the truth. I cannot stand here and pretend to the gallery. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the Majority Leader for coming up with this motion. And I will advise that the Committee of Selection do the needful by selecting the right people so that who are impostors would want to kill our youth on the streets. Honorable Speaker, I will encourage the youth to make sure that they go and follow what is it. Whatever it takes for you to get that permission, do it, but legally. The Constitution is very clear. Section 5 says, if somebody, or even the National Assembly, does anything which contradicts the Constitution, denied you your constitutional mandate, what you should have done is to go to the courts, but not to forcefully go to the streets. It's illegal, and I'm condemning you. I'm not encouraging you to do this next time. I'm a youth like you, and there were others who were not even youths. I saw them there. These are pretenders. They are politicians who want to kill you. Let's speak the truth here. Let's not play with the garali. Go. We are very happy that now we have democracy in this country. We are very happy that we have democracy in this country. Now that the cockroaches and mice are all going to the street illegally.
29. Point of order.
Central body?
Yes.
Yes.
Order. It shall be out of order to use offensive and insulting language about members of the assembly, and no member also shall impute improper motives. He cannot call Gambians as cockroaches. He cannot call us as cockroaches. He must withdraw that word. He cannot call the Gambian citizens as cockroaches. That's not parliamentary. He cannot call them as cockroaches. It's not parliamentary. He must withdraw that word. He cannot call Gambians as cockroaches. People on the
Yes, sorry, Honorable Member for Central Badibu. I was making consultations because I just want to get what he said. But I think what I understand he said was That's what he said.
No, Honorable. Pardon? Honorable.
Yes.
Honorable Speaker, that's not the law. Honorable Speaker, this parliament is the hope of the Gambian people. And this parliament is the parliament.
Honorable.
The language should be.
No. Honorable.
You cannot. Honorable. This is not metaphorical statement.
Honorable. Please. I am trying to get the facts. Whether this parliament is honorable, is all these things, we all agree. But what we are saying is, what was said that you are making a point of order against, we must establish that. And that's what I said. I said, what I understood. He's all right. Please. That's what he said. It's not what he said.
Can you say what he said? The first address was, he pointed at somebody and said, if you go there,
not what you want to say. My point is, what has he said that you think is making was that because of democracy, even cockroaches are taken to the streets. You said no, he did not say that. I now ask you, what did he say exactly? What you heard? From what I heard, I was told that he said, which now looks, if that is so, I don't think that is an insult to Gambians. Because of democracy, he's not referring to the cockroaches as human beings, but even cockroaches themselves have democracy until they are coming to the streets. That's what I learned. What is the meaning I can learn to read? It has extended beyond human beings to even cockroaches who are now feeling democracy. So, Honorable Member, you can continue.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Some of the youths are more honorable than a CEO who is accused of looting millions in this country. Honorable Speaker, we will not allow intelligence to make sure that they leave no stone unturned, to make sure that they provide us with relevant and correct concurrent information that will be able to make us, guide us.
Point of order.
With resolutions.
Yes, Honorable Member for Jammeh.
29(1). Every member shall restrict his or her observation to the subject matter under discussion. And the Honorable Member for Sabak Sanjal said some of the CEOs at
that is not sustained. Your point of order is not sustained. Honorable Member, please continue.
So, Honorable Speaker, we should also give the committee mandate to direct the IGP to arrest anyone who fails to report to the committee, because there may be resistance and they may be facing certain resistance. Please, let's give that the cause be revealed. Thank you.
Honorable members, let's remember always that committees of parliament already have powers of a high court in calling witnesses, asking for documentations, etc. What is entailed in the motion is just borrowed from that. With the committees, those rights, they can call you, summons you, ask for, bring out documents, etc., etc. They have the powers of a high court in that regard. So let's have motion. I now invite the honorable, thank you very much, Honorable Member for Sabak Sengal. I now invite the Honorable Member for Central Badibu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to join my colleagues to thank youths and to thank all those people who were demanding for justice, transparency, accountability as far as the former president's looted properties are concerned. Honorable Speaker, we have a nation to build, and I believe the citizens' parliament with this revolution. We know there are gaps, and the purpose of establishing this parliamentary inquiry is to work on the gaps. But Honorable Speaker, I will also thank you for today for raising this issue earlier on record, that you are not happy and you are requesting for this Jammeh Commission report to come into the domain of the Gambian people. I have to salute you for that today. At the beginning, in fact, I said to my the people are playing with the gallery, you should stop them and rule in the right favor. But don't worry, I acknowledge that's your role. Honorable Speaker, we have set up a lot of inquiry committees here, but at the end of the day, they didn't perform. When I was in Badibu, I got a call. I was not, in fact, so much eager, to come and attend, because my doubt is whether we will live up to expectation. Because an inquiry means we have to be very balanced. We have to make sure that we live for purpose, to have access to cover everything. All right? And the people, Deputy Speaker mentioned it. I was very happy. People who are conflicted, let them excuse themselves. I think we need to tell him kudos for that. Boldly telling us that people who are conflicted, starting from him, somebody elsewhere, let them excel from the whole process.
On a point of order, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, point of order.
Honorable Speaker, on 29, imputing improper motive. The term he used, or the adjective he used, conflicted, it's a lot of meaning. I have never been conflicted in this Jammeh Commission report. That is wrong. What I said, those who are politically biased, if he used that term, I will ask, they must not, if they are nominated, be part of this report, because we need impartial members to be part of the membership. He can't say that.
Yeah, because Honorable Member for Latikunda, when I look at you, because I don't want to say certain things. Don't force me to make certain statements. Because you are always pushing me to the wall. It's not for you to determine that. It's not for you to make that determination. So why do it? Other members are all here. They are keeping quiet. Why you? And sometimes we see you as somebody we can rely on, because you are a lawyer by profession. But you are always being who don't believe in what others are saying, but they are tolerant and listening. Why can't you do the same? And when you are talking, please, Honorable Member for Latikunda, please, put your tag down. I'm not debating with you. Please. Yes, Honorable Member for the Deputy Speaker, nominated member, Deputy Speaker. Yes, the Honorable Member said something. That is true. But what did the Honorable Member say? I don't know. And I also want to add this. I heard the Honorable Member, though I was reading at the time, say that he's thanking the Speaker. I don't know what he was thanking me for. I never heard it. I want to know from, but he was not also listening. I am curious to know why he was thanking me. Because that will be very unusual.
No, I said, in fact, I proposed to organize a small party for you, but I changed my mind, the party. But I thank you for talking about this Jammeh Commissioner's report earlier on, well before the young people went on street. So we also should say kudos to you for building concert concern on the Jammeh Commission. That's what I said. But Deputy Speaker, politically you are conflicted. You are part of the former government. You are the last minister here. This is what I mean. You cannot be part of the committee. I'm not saying you did anything wrong, but you are conflicted already. You cannot be part of it.
Who misuse the properties? Most of them, we are not members of the former government. So we cannot just say that. There are clean people who were in the former government. There are some of them who may be conflicted in this. But equally, there are people who are not in the former government who also participated and misguided people to do what they did. It cannot be attributed to one side.
Okay, no problem. Noted.
Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Noted. Withdrawal. Nobody was the former minister. No. Okay, later I will see you. Honorable Speaker, on a more serious note, the power belongs to the people. And Section 25 of the Constitution, subsection D said Gambian people have right to assemble, they have to demonstrate peacefully without arm. If our youth or if our elders, they should not be arrested for that. This thing must be opened up. I brought a private member bill here. You did not support it, but I'm very glad today, majority leader of the House, who was strongly opposing my bill, but today, and he communicated such an important motion. Majority leader, thank you for life so far in the history of the Gambia. From the reports that we generate now, I don't know whether we could call it a preliminary report they release. This is the worst economic crime. You cannot imagine you call President Yahya Jammeh a thief, we call him all the names, and we follow the same step of him. That's ironical. We cannot accuse him being a murderer, we are murdering. We cannot accuse him of being a thief, and we are the
I now invite the Honorable Member for Sami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. Honorable Speaker, what is before us is the motion for establishment of a special select committee to inquire into the sale and disposal of assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry into the financial activities of the and connected matters. Honorable Speaker, when we look at the preamble, number 3, it is clearly stated that this commission was set by an executive in order to look at this lot of assets. And honorable members have been requesting about those assets. So, if the youths went out requesting for that list, I think, Honorable Speaker, without arresting, Honorable Speaker, but we all know that we have right to have informations. We have passed an information bill here, Honorable Speaker, access to information. Therefore, they should be given to arrest those youths. Because this thing, Honorable Speaker, this asset is not for any party. It's for the whole Gambians, Honorable Speaker. If those assets are definitely put into good use, it is going to bring something to this country. And because of that, Honorable Speaker, we are people's representatives. We are accountable to our electorates as we do oversight on government or executives. So therefore, that's why, and we are their representatives. So therefore, I think when we come up at this time to establish this committee, I think the committee should do justice to this. We should not do any politics on this. We should, whoever is called as a witness to come and answer, if he or she refuses, please don't waste our time. Why you say that you want more time? Why? 120 days, you still requesting time? Whoever refuses to come and answer to you, just record it and report it to the whole House, and the law will do its course.
The law will do its course. But we should not be here drafting, things at the assembly here. There are so many, inquiries which is at the assembly, and they are still not completed. They are still not completed. Anytime we said, yes, let's give them more time, let's give them more time. When are those things going to be completed? We should not be compromised. The committee, they should work hand in hand to see that what we want to see, we see that. And Honorable Speaker, when we look at, you said, empower the committee at any time to require for the appointment by the clerk to any individual as an advisor to the committee. Yes, it's fine. But my advice to that is, it has to be somebody who will be ready to advise the committee on the right path. That person must also be somebody, yes, despite that we don't have hand over it, but we can say to have more.
Thank you, Honorable Member Nyumi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, let me also join my colleagues to profusely thank the majority leader for coming up with this important motion. A motion to establish a special select committee to inquire into the sales and disposal of the majority leader for swiftly responding to the calls of the people. People cried and Parliament answered. Honorable Speaker, I think I totally agree with the time stipulated in this motion. 120 days is enough if we are serious. We can do it. Honorable Speaker, I just have an advice for those who will be opportune to be part of this particular special select committee. We will sacrifice ourselves for anybody. I don't think we will sacrifice ourselves for anybody. Meaning, if anybody, they will do what is needed to be done. I think that's important. If we are opportune to be part of the committee, you have to work for the interest of this country. You have to work for the interest of the people. You have to make sure you do what is right. And I hope that will really happen. On that note, that's a special advice from me to those who may be opportune to be part of the committee. And thank you so much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Opanyomi. I now invite the Honorable Member for Fonyi Kansala.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. The commission that we have seen, the list that was published, I call it locally as wanted, means pick and choose and give what you want. It is rather unfortunate. And the history of this country will put us in box, where a former president who had served for 22 good years, maybe what is was any 10 by 10 or 5 by 5 meters in a country that he has ruled for 22 good years. And today we have seen, as Honorable Member of Lower Fuladu, what he has said. Nobody in governance, in 2019, a press conference that you have organized about the looted asset that you have said, put into it that the way the commission and issues were going, it was not in line. You are vindicated. Thank you for being vindicated. The current former secretary, who had resigned, what he has echoed, he went to the media, spoke about issues, all of us jointly together. I want to put this to the member of Oluyundum constituency, Honorable Speaker, if you permit me, who has said that the minister came, what questions were,
That is March 7, 2023. He came with a list, and my question, if you permit me to go through it, is this. Honorable Speaker, could the Honorable Minister of Justice provide this August Assembly with details, compilation of total sales of former President Yahya Jammeh vehicles, furniture, gold, and any other valuable assets registered by Jammeh's name, including the sales, buyers list, prices of each March 2023, gave a list. The names of the compounds, and the prices only. We revolted to what he has failed the assembly. On the 10th of March, he came back and substituted a list, writing and saying that he is now redoing the other list, giving another list on the 10th of March 2023, in which, where were the names who bought the cattle, who bought the ships, who got the gold, and other valuable assets? We were left at the dark. In that darkness, members here will even point at us and saying that we are supporters. We are asking. The reason why we stood for 3 good years is what has been unearthed today. That is, however long that it will take. And in so doing, the youths have taken the steps. Thanks to Mustafa, and I'm putting this across, my time is ending. Let's all join hands and open our eyes, watch and protect Mustafa for a diligent job that he has did. Let's all join hands and protect the youths, lacquer and titles, and saying he is following too much. We will follow. It was said that it is forfeited, taken. It is no more his. If you know you are an interest group, please excuse yours. We have arsenals that are prepared, and we will lay them here if the report is laid. I therefore submit. Salaam alaikum.
I don't know whether they want to make this a bantabaha. Drumming. Some people, they have drumming skills. I now invite the honorable member for Joshua.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much to the Majority Leader and the journalist Mr. Dabo, and the youth of this country. And also, there was the reason why I said this. In 2017-2018, APRC has been calling for what? Track on most of his assets. His cattle were fast tracked because of what? Government said they cannot take care of those cattle. When an individual was doing that, how about a whole government? We are here for a reason. The youth made a reason, there's a reason why they call upon us to respond. As boys now on our court now, they are trying to go to our court to do the needful. Let's do what is right. Let's see the truth and not cover each other. If stream is affected, expose stream as is affected. The members who are supposed to be there, they will ask in our life. I am called a dead body. They will ask me for a reason. What are you doing? How are you going with your people? Let's stand for the truth. Let's stand for it. Nobody responded. Because we are one family. They looted, they did everything. Because they are one family. Now there's a split. People are starting crying. It's very funny. Let's cry at the right time. When it's wrong, we say it is wrong. But we cannot make wrong to be correct. If I thought it was done at that initial stage, we would not have been here today. Members were here calling us. All we are seeing those people. They were not for a reason. No! It was wrong according to what they said. How can let's stand for the truth? Gambia is our own country. It belongs to nobody. It's meant for everybody, and we must stand for the truth and make sure that coming up. Must be a very firm committee. Go deep into everything. Go deep into everything. You cannot sit down and look at the list that is being sent to us. You've seen figures given to you to say a vehicle costing $10 or $10,000. Where a scrap vehicle at this point in time, they don't even give you $10,000 on a scrap vehicle. None of vehicles that have been motorable. All this Suleiman, all this Tungara, the truth must be known. Thank you.
Honorable members, we still have a long list, and unfortunately it's time for prayers. And I observe that some people go to pray and leave us here. We can go out for break, pray, and probably have your lunch, and then we come back up. We can have break, you pray, and you go for your lunch, but by 3 o'clock we should all, until 1500 hours this afternoon.
sales of assets are concerned of the former president. We try to get the facts, and equally, he was a former president. We don't expect him to serve for 22 years without earning or having certain properties or assets. So for that being the case, with this special select committee, I am hopeful, because definitely the entire members of the parliament, we have high regard. For me, I have high regards for all of you, and I have trust in each and every one of you. So it's important we try to embrace each other, respect each other, and also have trust in each other. Then when issues come, we try to, throw stone to each other. At the end of the day, it will defeat the purpose. And when we talk about politics, sometimes we make ourselves the name ugly. But for me, as far as I'm concerned, politics is very noble, depending on how you impact, the lives and property, the lives of your people that you represent. So on that note, we want to thank the youth. Yes, it's through collaboration. Today we are here, but equally also, let's continue working together as partners in development, because it shouldn't just be when issues come, we just come together, but equally, you all come from different communities. We should continue that working relationship to ensure that we have a better Gambia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Bundunga Kunda. I now invite the Honorable Member for Kiang West.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the Parliament, at this juncture, I only have to go straight and submit my sincere appreciation to the colleague youths who have marched the street and those who were arrested unlawfully. Those who marched the street, I want to thank all of you for the great job. To be honest, I think I'm going to be so unfair if I don't thank all the honorable honorable members of parliament, not ministers, who have raised parliamentary questions with respect to the matter in question today. Honorable Speaker, let us put it on record. This matter has never been silent in this country. Auditor General, who is mandated to audit all public accounts of this country, has raised this concern. In 2019, audited financial accounts of the government of the Gambia. Honorable Speaker, may I take the National Assembly through this audited statement? It says, as part of the audit of the 2019 Government of the Gambia Consolidated Financial Statements, we noted that treasury receipts amounting to $22,319,957.92 butut were reported as proceeds from the sales of the assets by the Jammeh Commission. It says, we required for documentation relating to assets disbursed and their disbursal records, valuation of assets disbursals, appointment of the auctioneers and the auctioneers' reports, bank statements, and copies of receipts used, but they were not provided for. Under which government? Under the watch of the government who constituted the Jammeh Commission. Honorable Speaker, may I take you through this other record as well? I would love to read this from my phone as a gadget, if you permit me, Honorable Speaker. Yes. Honorable Speaker, in another report from the Auditor General, it says, we noted that treasury receipts amounting to $706,306,614.07 butut were disclosed in the financial statement as proceeds of the sales of the assets by the Jammeh Commission. Furthermore, we requested for the documentation relating to the disposal of these assets. The documents include the following which we are here, but it concludes to say, however, the documents remained outstanding up to the time of the finalizing these reports. Reports thereby casting doubt on the entire process. This is finished for us. For me, I have no trust that even if we do the work here, this government will implement it. We can only do the work. We can only constitute an inquiry here. Auditor General submitted this report to the executive for them to provide response to this management later. The 22 million unaccounted for happens under the Ministry of Justice. This 706 million is another thing under the same government account for the same proceeds that we are talking about today. What hope do we have? When the youths went out to request for these records that was raised by Auditor General on the street, they were arrested. And we want to order the same IGP to go and arrest people who are found wanting. Do we trust that he's going to do that? The same IGP who is married to the biological sister of the president? Do we expect justice to that? Honorable Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang West. I now invite the Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang Karanai.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to start with, it's difficult for a thief to be sent to investigate a thief. Then the result will be corrupt. And then, one of the things that I am interested in is page 2B. Page 2B, it says the committee mandate to conduct a full, impartial, independent inquiry to the report. Now, the independence of the committee is also needed here. The inquiry must be partial as well, which is key in the setting of this committee.
Honorable Member, you are quoting 22D. We don't have 22.
I said page 2B.
Okay, page 2B.
B, yes, B. Page 2B.
Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. And looking at it, that part I am interested in it. The independence of the members without any external interference, that is key there. And how are we going to formulate these people? Who will they be? Because the parliaments have a tradition of picking few individuals who represent every inquiry. This time around, we are watching it to the last dot. And we are not compromising in it today, tomorrow, and forever. And Honorable Speaker, going further, I will want to tell the people of this country, the Honorable Minister of Justice should have been here to listen to us. Because when we were posting critical questions on the matter, the Honorable Minister stood here and said he cannot provide the names of the people because sometimes they are security. What kind of security are we talking about? To the end of this, we are going to dig it, and no stone will be left unturned. Whoever involved himself in it, you have to pay the bitterness of it. That one, we are not compromising it. Today, tomorrow, and forever. That is one thing I want you to note. The other issue is, fellow youths, congratulations for the stand-up. You have stood firmly to defend your integrity. And transparency and accountability is needed in government. If you don't want that as a government, you resign and go and sit at home. Nobody will take you to account. But as far as we are concerned, every citizen of this country, whoever mans public office, will be taken into account. And the protests continue. And some of the people that are saying, let us take it to 180 days. I am not part of it. I am saying 120 days. Because the way they prolong it, as they prolong it, then the people will forget about it. But this will not be forgotten. Mark me. This will never be forgotten. Whether you understand it or not. And we are not taking this matter lightly. Because what belongs to the nation belongs to the nation. And in it, we want to tell you that the youths be prepared and be more ready to protest. And last time I joined you on the judiciary enumeration protest. And this time also I joined you, and I have seen some of the authorities coming to join you. The protest continue because that's the only language that the government understands. So you carry it on. If at all the time we were calling for it to come out, if it has come at the right time, we will not have rich studies. We will never have rich studies. But as we are going, this journey will become tougher. And everything, and not only this war, we have many things that are hidden, and everything will be exposed. Close to the end of your government, you will have everything to be exposed.
Observation.
We cannot have no observation on this matter. These are serious matters, so you don't have to observe me. Going close to the end of your government, you will have many things that are going to unfold. And to the committee,
no, we are what is a point of order, not observation. Point of order.
We want it to be live.
Point of order, Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, who is rising to a point of order?
Yes, I will rise on 29-1.
Honorable nominated member.
Yes, I'm rising on 29-1. No need to look at the book. Members should restrict themselves to the subject of discussion. We are not here to talk about politics and end of presidential terms or governance. We have a motion in front of us. That's why since in the morning, I was insisting that we follow the procedures. The honorable member is saying towards the end of your government. Whose government? The inference there is clear. That is a political statement. He is my honorable brother, but that needs to be withdrawn. That's political.
Honorable members.
The motion is clear.
Honorable members.
Can I land?
Honorable members. Honorable members, please, I told you, have the patience to listen to people's observations and comments.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You cannot prevent people from saying what they want to say.
Honorable Speaker, the youths that went out have a clear motive, which was to ask for accountability and transparency. In putting another element in it, it's a new thing, and that did not bring us here. So as honorable members, we should be guided in the message we send outside, and responsibly. So I humbly request that he withdraw that. And let's stick to the motion and do not misguide the people we should serve. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, honorable members. Honorable members, I think I made a similar ruling on this earlier. You see, the topic itself is so open. It's so open. It talks about corruption, mismanagement, anything you can imagine. So, but what I'm saying is, let's limit it to the concerns raised against the topic itself, which is the disposal of assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry, assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry. Assets not identified by the Commission of Inquiry is not within the scope of this motion. If members want to look into some other things, let them come and bring another motion or other motions to do whatever they want to do. But under these circumstances, we are limited to the assets identified. So what we are saying is, the scope of it is open. We are talking about corruption. We are talking about every other thing. If members make statements that you think is not well founded, you come in your statement and clarify and then give the other side of the story.
Honorable Speaker, we don't understand you today. Yes, this is a new color.
No, it's a fact, honorable, you know. Honorable members, I try as much as possible to attentively listen to members what they say. Sometimes it escapes me, but I try to listen very well. You know. So can we allow the honorable member to land?
Honorable Minister, thank you for always ruling in my favor. Honorable Speaker, going further, Honorable Speaker, my suggestion to the committee is the committee, the hearing should be live and nothing should be hidden. It should go live on social media on every of the platform, wherein the people will know what is happening, to what extent it is happening, how it is happening. That's what we want. Honorable members, that is what I want your support in, so that everything will be live, so that all the people that are found wanting, the same people that we are stealing from one government to another, we can trace them and cut them off. Going forward, Honorable Speaker, the time for compromise is over, and the committee, this select committee,
will be one of the most active committees because we are watching them, we are taking them to account, and no stone will be left unturned. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honorable Member for Fonyi Bintang Karanai. I now call on the Honorable Nominated Member, Maimuna Sise.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. I would also like to join my colleagues by thanking the majority leader, including the Gambia government, for allowing the Gambians to demonstrate their citizenry's right. Their citizens' right means they demand for something, the police deny them the permit, but yet still they feel like there is a democracy in this country, and that can allow us or allow them to assemble peacefully and still now their voice to be heard. Even though there was some tussles within, but there was at least a better understanding between the two camps. And we want to ensure the national youth, the Gambian youth, we want to assure you that you are not alone in this. We will stand tall with you, Honorable Speaker. I think the decorum in this parliament needs to be protected. Honorable Speaker, I will quote on a section here, content of speech. It shall be out of order to use an offensive and insulting language about the members of the National Assembly. I can hear somebody right now next to me here using her mouth being teasing, which is unacceptable. Next time it happens, I'll be blunt. I never interjected in any one of members' procedures here, whatever, no matter the circumstances is. When I have the floor, I always try to comment what is important to me. I very rarely raise a point of order here, but I can be evil as any of you are trying to provoke me. I will not take it, and this is going to be my first and last to hear something like that. Let's respect and have a decorum in this parliament. Nobody brought us here, but our elected members brought us here, or our nominated principals brought us here. We all have the same right, and we have the same right to be served in this country. Respect is reciprocal. I am respecting everybody here, but I need the same thing from my colleagues. Anytime I stand at a podium here, whoever use your mouth to be, say, I don't want to use it. On that word, Honorable Speaker, sorry for that. Honorable Speaker, these demonstrations, the youth might go out with their anger, but there are so many people. Any genuine Gambian in this country, nobody will condone what we were receiving from the reports of this Jammeh Commission. I think we all will fail in our responsibility by saying that it's our own fault here. Gambians, we are very good in query, but we are not very good at reading. These information has been here since 2019 after the Jammeh Commission. There are a lot of volumes of this Jammeh Commission inquiry, but how many people have the time detailing themselves, try to go through the reports and come up with some of these information which I just revealed right now? I think we all will take the responsibility. We all fail awfully. So if the information has to come out now, the youth found it themselves that they have to go out and show their frustration. And certain politicians want to pick it up from the youths and take the glory out of them. They want to use them. They want to galvanize with them. The youths, what I'm going to put it, you are not alone in this. We are with you when it comes to the truth, but we don't want you to be used by the politicians who have a hidden agenda against the whole Jammeh Commission. When this first Jammeh Commission set up, everybody embraced it.
Point of order. Point of order. Yes. Hey.
Central Badibu.
Yes, no member shall input another a motive to another member. Who is the politician that is instigating the youths? Who is this politician? So, we want to know. We want to know.
Already. Honorable, who is responding over there? Please, I told you, I don't, stop that, please. But you are saying, it means you don't know whom he is referring to. It's not only parliamentarians who are politicians. You have politicians outside parliament, and the law is guiding against imputing statements into parliamentarian statements. Here.
I don't know these politicians so that they stop
that's
that.
a question. That's a question that he's not obliged to say. You know, that's a question. Honorable, can you continue, please?
My time will be adjusted. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Speaker, this Jammeh Commission is a disaster. What we are hearing, and I would like to join my voice to the additional of another 2 months again, to make it 6 months, for us to have the time and dwell on this, and the composition of the committee also need to be very looked into. We don't want people who are conflicted or want to be conflicted or can be influenced by somebody or influenced by somebody outside the commission. We want legit people who are.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nominated Member. You know, Honorable Members, sometimes we overuse our strategies. People interject just to distract somebody, the speaker, so that by the time he comes back to himself, he cannot say anything. Let's avoid that. We want to know the facts. We want to know people's opinion. You represent people. You talk on behalf of people. Let's hear people say what they want to say. I just want to urge you all. I thank you very much, Honorable Nominated Member, Maimuna Sise. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I cannot start making my speech without first thanking Mustafa, whom today I am going to crown him the Grand Master of the Republic of the Gambia. And then Mustafa...
Honorable, where did you get that right?
From the National Assembly.
No, is it your own Grand Commander?
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay. If it means...
Again, I can also stop without thanking the youths. Well, when it comes to this protest, we're going to have different lenses the way we look at it. When you go to the retail laws, they say it's illegal. When it comes to the practice, I'm saying it's right. Because I'm seeing this government is been governed based on public cry. I have regretted nothing since I came to this National Assembly. Whatever I have said before, I want all the journalists, if you are here, go back. If I have said something that is not happening in this country, come back to me. Caricature me anyhow you want. Everything is based on emotion. Maybe they are just taking this. After today, we are going to just bury this thing. I am not here. I put on green, but I'm not here for APRC. I'm not here for Yahya Jammeh. What you people did, why I'm also going to crown you again, the Grand Master of the Republic of the Gambia. Fonyi Jarol is asking me to crown you. You know why? You are bringing peace. You are fighting for peace. Because I always say in my deliberations here, sometimes it sounds very disrespectful. When I say the Mankamang White House will one day be turned to a military barracks. Because if these things have been happening with the former government, former president, what would not happen to this president when he becomes a former president? So that's why you people wanted justice. So we respect you. Not because of we are fighting, because we want the truth to come out. And let me tell you, before I come to this National Assembly, I was at the Central Abattoir where I started carrying files of what was happening, crime everywhere. And I was sacked out. Just only for trying to know the truth. That's why my people picked me and brought me to politics. This is what happened. So here is a country that when you want the truth, you are always a victim. Mustafa, you are not going to be a victim. The boys, next if they take you, in fact, Honorable Speaker, I am also in the strongest terms going to warn the Minister Demba Sabal for the remarks he made If he's working for point of order, please.
Yes, may I hear the point of order? Who is it? Majority Leader, yes.
Honorable Speaker, I rise. If you like, more till tomorrow. Nothing will stop me, sir. Continue. Honorable Speaker, you can't use remark on people that are outside on this motion. Section 29 says every member state restricts his observation.
Honorable, your point of order is sustained.
Thank you very much.
You don't use names, individual names. They act in their capacity to do a function, not in their individual names. That's why we are not calling the honorable member for Fonyi Jarol. We don't call you Honorable Tumani. We call you the honorable member for Fonyi Jarol. So if that alone tells you, please restrict yourselves to the standing orders and to ethics. Please go ahead, honorable.
Thank you very much, honorable members. We politicians, we have to be very careful. If this country is on fire, either with the National Assembly or the politicians, let me just say it very clear, because I'm congratulating the protesters because they respected, because I've not seen anything that they have done that was offensive. No stone was thrown, no one was insulted, all the language they were using, we are professional. All they wanted was to know the truth. I say I don't beg for recognition, and I don't ask people to recognize me. I do my responsibilities. That's where people will recognize me. While we were on the protest, I was far away from Basse, but I was in constant contact with Honorable Giba. Asked him to go and talk to the security chiefs. And I also thank those security chiefs who are on the ground to make sure that the protest does not go out of control. I thank them very much, the advisors of Barrow who are on the ground. The same day, I'm going to condemn the one who make remarks that can put this country on fire. We are totally against. We have been asking for this. We are not here because we are fighting for Jammeh. I said I'm fighting for sustainable peace. In fact, some of these problems that are happening is based on economic pressure to the youth. It's because of the economic pressure. Now, let's ask ourselves why this extraordinary session. 9 good years. The parliament has never been intensively discussing on this issue. Cabinet has never had a meeting. Yesterday there summoned a meeting. So do you think without this process this would have happened? We have to be serious if we are here to represent people. I always been saying to Fonyi Jarol, if they think I'm not serving them well, come next time, let them kick me out. Me, I'm born to be a farmer. I'm not born to be a parliamentarian. So I'm here for a responsibility that I'm not going to fear saying whatever I believe on it. This is why I'm saying you can go back to the records to check out. If I said anything that I was lying or I was just accusing government, come back and...
Thank you, Honorable Member for Fonyi Jarol. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Lower Salum.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. May I also join my colleagues on this extraordinary session. Honorable Speaker, here we have to register the reality on the ground. We also try to gather ourselves on the ground. You see, the government failed us. If this has happened since when Honorable Almami Giba make a parliamentary caucus, Honorable Sambajalo make a parliamentary caucus, we could have resolved this, the constituencies. We could have resolved this issue since 2019 we established this commission of inquiry. We cannot call this
Honorable Member for Lower Salum. Name them Honorable Member for Nyamina Dankunku.
Member for Nyamina Dankungu and the member for Kansala. Today, if I happen to advise the President, both the Minister of Justice is going home, both the Minister of Finance is going home. You see, all this what is happening is us. And again, Parliament has been crying for this. And Honorable Speaker, I'm appealing to you. members of parliament go out and bring a parliamentary questions. Give us room.
Thank you, bro.
Honorable Speaker. Ministers comes here, give us short answers and go home and sleep. That we should stop. Each country that you have seen is the parliament that will move that country forward. Each country that's failed is parliament that failed that country. Honorable Speaker, go to America today. All the commission that is established by the president should have not happened. It's the parliament responsibility to establish commission of inquiries. Go to America today. The Senate will call the government for accountability and transparency. And in fact, we went for election in 2016. Gambia has decided it's not in the reality. Honorable Speaker, if the accountability and transparency is there, this would have not happened. And I can borrow this from Honorable Member for Banjul North, that he don't expect the government parliamentary to bring this. Yes, because we don't have oppositions in our country. They could have run this thing, expose the government out, but they are all silent mood about it. Honorable Speaker, here the first parliamentary commission was established by me, and today I was labeled as an opposition leader. They paid me anyhow they want it. Whilst I was yearning for the transparency and accountability, what has happened in the system? Because the system was wrong. The system was wrong, Honorable Speaker. And there are just a sort of people who are doing this, Honorable Speaker. And now the member for Kantor is telling us the inquiry is wrong. This is why he brings this in Parliament. It's wrong. There was no transparency. If they have done it right, he could have not bring this in Parliament. We expect it from the opposition side, but not your own government that established the commission, and you yourself, we have to go back again and watch what has happened. It was wrong. Hey, this truth cannot kill anybody. This is our government. If they act wrongly, we will say it. Yes, we will say it. And if they do the right thing, we say we will do the right thing. But in this case, Honorable Speaker, they have failed us. Members of Parliament stood here and made a series of parliamentary concern. They refused to give us information. Today, we have in fact, we should not even stop this inquiry, even to charge them contempt. Honorable Speaker, because they have failed us. The youth has to go out because they are powerless. They give their responsibility with us. That you are the members of Parliament. Go and fight for us in the Parliament. Go and speak for us in Parliament. Then we have not done anything wrong, Honorable Speaker. So for us, in fact, they even contradicted themselves. I did deny a permit. A commissioner of his police going to beg the youth that I'm here to negotiate with you, and you deny them.
Yes, Honorable Member for Lower Salon, thank you very much. But I sit over the proceedings of the Assembly as per your standing orders. So if there are if there are shortfalls in the way you want to ask ministers, that's not the Honorable Speaker, is the regulations you made for yourselves and approved. If you want those changed, you go back to your regulations and get it changed. I now call upon the Honorable Member for Kiang East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to begin by doffing my hat for our youth folk who were out in the streets to protest against the injustice meted out to them when they refuse to permit them to hold protests in the streets. Honorable Speaker, the government has made two fundamental errors that led us to talk about this thing here today. First of all, there was a request made by the youth for the Ministry of Justice to provide the list of people who bought the assets seized from from President Jammeh. If they had been given that list, probably we wouldn't have been here. The dust would have settled down. They refused to provide the list. The youths requested to hold a protest, and they requested a permit. They were refused. I think what the Inspector General of Police should have done was allow these people to hold their protest and provide them with security and guidance. They refused. When I was in school, my former English teacher, high school teacher, told us that when persuasion fails, force is applied. If the government couldn't be persuaded to provide the list, if they couldn't be persuaded to provide these people permit to hold the protest, of course, for me, I think it is their right to hold a protest. After all, the protest was not violent, except until when the security forces interfered with the protest. That shouldn't have been done. Lest we forget, this country belongs to all of us. These are the people that are going to take over. They are our brothers, they are our sons and daughters, they are our sisters. If we break this country, we are going to break it for them. If we make this country, we are going to make it for them. So they are not going to sit idly by and watch this country destroy. That's not going to happen. Large sums of money disappeared in thin air after Jammeh'S properties were sold. And people do not want us to question that. That is not right. Anyway, Honorable Speaker, with regards to the committee that we are about to form, I hope that they will hold their integrity. I hope that members of the committee will not allow any outside interference. And when we select the committee, I think we know each other here. People who are compromised cannot be part of this committee. We have to ensure that, because we don't want a report that is compromised. Number two, Honorable Speaker, I also hope that at the end of the exercise, the recommendations that the committee is going to make is implemented to the letter without any compromise. Because we have had experiences of commissions set up in this parliament.
Honorable, can you speak into the mic?
At the end of their mandate, recommendations were made, and up to now, as I speak, some of these recommendations are yet to be implemented. This cannot be one of those recommendations. Now, for example, of course, the FPAC report was late up to now, so there are some recommendations that are still pending. And I think I understand that the IGP was written to, and still now the recommendations have not been implemented. There was also this Jammeh Commission that we're talking about. It is selectively implemented, and up to now, if it was not selectively implemented, and if it was implemented fully, we would not have.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Kiang East. I now invite the Honorable Member for Nyani.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. First of all, I would like to acknowledge the minority leader and also the head of government business in Parliament for championing this extraordinary session. And also thumbs up to the youth for their advocacy for transparency and accountability. There was nothing wrong on what they were advocating for, but I urge you all for always for us to operate within the mandates and the permission and the powers given to us by the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, I need some clarification on this. If you look at the preamble, that is the fourth one where you have, whereas the Commission undertook a thorough inquiry and submitted a detailed report to the government identifying numerous movable and immovable assets that were either unlawfully acquired or controlled by the former president during his tenure. Honorable Speaker, if you look at some of the recommendations of the Jammeh Commission, I quote, recovery of stolen assets, that the Commission recommend a full recovery of assets illegally acquired by former President Jammeh, his family and his associates. But looking at this thing, there was never a time that I come across with a write-up that is giving the difference between the lawfully acquired assets and the unlawfully acquired assets. And I think will be very unfair if we said that the 22 years that he ruled and also the number of years that he also served in service, all assets that he acquired was unlawfully acquired. I think there is a need for due consideration to be given when it comes to looking at some of those information. And also, Honorable Speaker, if you look at the terms of reference of the committee, and if you look at the fifth one on the terms and reference, that is for the committee to investigate whether the valuation and sales were transparent, competitive, and in public interest. I think these are some of the tasks and some of the questions that we are giving to the committee that has already given answers. Because if it was done transparently, or it was done competitively, or it was done in the interest of the public, I don't think if there will be any need for this session today. I think these are some of the issues that we also need to look at. And also looking at the number of days, that is 120 days. To me, 120 days is enough, because justice delayed, justice denied. We cannot keep dragging this to increase the number of years, because by next year, that is in 2026, we are heading to election year. The committee must be ready to do the investigation, prepare themselves so that at least, even whereas this coming session, that is the December session, will able to lay this report and justice will take its course. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for giving me the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Nyani. I now invite the Honorable Member for Serekunda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
First, I would like to commend the Majority Leader for coming up with this alternative in the middle of crisis. As the country was at a crossroad, people were venturing into different avenues to resolve a public outcry. But with his commitment and courage to come up with such a motion is laudable. So thank you very much, Majority Leader. Honorable Speaker, as many speakers have alluded, many speakers have deviated from the subject on discourse here. If you go through the motion, it is explicitly drafted, both the preamble, the term of reference, and the composition of the committee. It really meets the demand of the people, what the people are demanding, the youths. Honorable Speaker, we have also seen some members applying the thermodynamic laws of physics
about power. Power can never be lost. It can be transferred from one object to another. And we have seen some members are transferring that power to others whilst they have the power to use those powers, which the majority leader have done. Honorable Speaker, like some members said, the debate should be concentrated on how to establish the committee, and we should also encourage that committee to come with the desired result. And as a member of many committees, I have no doubt that this committee will come with a very good report at the end of the day. We have seen also some other members questioning the effectiveness of Finance and Public Accounts Committee in the cyberspace in so many medias. We have come up with different resolutions. Some have been implemented, and we have even gone to the step of recovering so many impress that was on retired impress. So, Honorable Speaker, two wrongs cannot make right. For some of us, we were there at the scene, but it takes us back to what Tupac Shakur said. When the Negro is between 25 and 35, he is very strong, energetic. So we have to be cognizant of that. This could have been averted, yes, and the executive or the police could have engaged in a damage control. In the beginning, it was just a group of people. They could have just accessed them, and then they can express what they wanted, and they go. For many of us, we were worried. Why are we worried? Because we know our country, the urbanization. The foreigners are more than us. Most of them, they are from post-war countries. What they can do, most of us cannot do it. So if things get out of hand, it can lead to a situation whereby no one of us will desire for our country. So there is a need for dialogue whenever the need arises. At times, force may not necessarily be the alternative, just like what happened. This is also another avenue. By bringing it to the National Assembly to establish a committee that will look into the sales of Jammeh'S assets and related matters. So any other member, some members have raised other issues. Any other member that knows something, when the committee starts work, you can just come and furnish the committee. With those informations, they can come up with a very strong recommendation. So on that note, I thank you all, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Serekunda. I now invite the Honorable Member for Jara West.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Let me also use this opportunity to thank the Majority Leader, Member for Kantora, for tabling this important motion, that is to establish a special select committee to inquire into the sales and disposal of the assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry into the financial activities of public bodies, enterprise and offices as regard their dealings with former President Yahya Jammeh and connected matters. This is very, very important, and then we should take this serious. I will also say thank you to the Gala youths, but also to advise. I have seen them, they said they are apolitical, which I like from them, but let's be mindful when the politicians are coming out to join you. They are only campaigning for their interests. So let's be very mindful. We are all Gambians. We want the betterment of this country. You ask for something that you should ask for. You ask for transparency. And now the burden is brought back to us here. By tabling this motion, we should do the needful so that when we are ready, each and everybody who loves the Gambia will be happy. But as a look of things, even in the debate, we want to politicize this. So I don't know whether when we politicize these things, what are we going to achieve? This is not saying party X sell X, party B buy this. This is a concern for all Gambians. What we want to establish is how were the assets disposed. What was the bidding process? Whether it was open, whether it was competitive, this is what we know. This is what we want to know. This committee have all the mandates to call anybody that they think you have an issue or a hand or a concern on this. So if we work together as Gambians, not as political parties, I believe we'll achieve what we want. We asked who were assigned to auction these goods. Where are the monies deposited? How much was sold? How was it sold? I think with this, the committee will bring out a good report that we can debate and know how extensive and what job they have brought to us. By looking at the preamble, Roman 2, where it says public concern continues to grow regarding the process, legal frameworks and accountability, mechanism involved in the identification, sale and disposal of assets identified by the Commission. This is what we need as a committee. This select committee should join hands together, do the needful for the Parliament, bring it to this plenary, and then we debate on that report. For today, I only want to add my voice to support the majority leader or to appreciate for him laying this important motion. And also to thank the youths. You have done right. You did this to have transparency. When you say it's not a political I'm following, we like that from you. But avoid politicians misleading you. I know you will not allow that. On that note, I want to submit, Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member for Jara West. Honorable members, may I now call upon the mover of the motion to respond to issues raised and to wind up the debate. Honorable Majority Leader and member of the Committee of Selection.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the floor. It has been an interesting debate since morning. I think about 35 members contributed to this motion, and it shows how important Parliament has attached to this very motion before Parliament. Honorable Speaker, the concerns are cross-cutting, and as a result, I will try to sum up the observation and concern raised. Member for Nyanija, I think you have already succeeded in terms of responding to his concern that even though the whole motion or petition or request has been moved by me, but I'm coming, pursuant to Section 95, Section 5 of the Standing Orders, I'm reporting it has been discussed at the Selection Committee, and I'm reporting as a member of the Selection Committee, and in the Selection Committee, you are the chair by default. I am your vice chair. So basically, I think it is in line that I come to represent the committee for this motion. Honorable Speaker, nominated member Kebalan Fofana. had an issue with the 120 days. I want to allay his fears that this was well calculated and it has been well thought of by the Committee of Selection. If we give them less months, we are having our session in June. And that is why in the prayers advance, we've allowed the committee to even sit during recess. And whenever they are wrapping up, it would have found us in September session. And with that is an ample time for them to do the investigation. Lest we forget, we are investigating the alleged sales of former President Yahya Jammeh's assets and disposals. We are not opening another Pandora box of a commission of inquiry into the whole issue again to do what Jammeh Commission did. What we are doing is the modalities in which these things have been done. And member for Iliasa, the same issues have been raised. And of course, the member for Busumbala did ask for the composition, and that it should be based on the two sides of the house, the majority camp or caucus and the minority caucus. But I want to tell you, this is a special committee, and the Committee on Selection will do utmost best to look for special criteria, so that at least whenever we present those compositions, it will reflect the wish of this Parliament. However, of course, I agree with you, Parliament is two sides, the majority side and the minority side, and of course, the membership would emanate from those sides. And member for Bakau, that we shouldn't limit ourselves to the sales. Like I said earlier on, we are looking at the Commission of Inquiry, and then as the prayers advance in the motion, we are not going outside the box because it complicates the entire issue. What we want to attain here is transparency, accountability, issue of addressing conflict of interest. How do you evaluate this thing? Who were the evaluators? And how much did you arrive at getting those prizes to make sure that at least a fair deal is strike? Latri Kunda Savage, of course, he preempted, said, can I thank the move of the motion? I also want to know his motive. I want to assure him that it's in the best interest of the public that we took this move to make sure that we hold the entire process accountable. And the rest assured, due diligence will be done in terms of impartiality. That is why it's really advanced. It's like an expert provision in the mandate of the committee to make sure that there is impartiality, there is trust and confidence in the entire process, and there is also transparency as well. And that is why we are opting for a live streaming, that everything has to be in camera. There has to be live broadcasting. Gambian people must really take time to follow the daily proceedings of this special committee's investigation. Yes, member for Jammeh. Well, I'm disappointed, thinking that we're bringing this thing to play with the gallery. I want to allay his fears that we are above that. We cannot come here to attain political credit here. If I want to do politics, I do it in my constituency. I'm not here to achieve any political popularity. Already I'm popular. So basically, it's really misleading to say that we are bringing this thing to play with the gallery. It's really unfortunate. Had it been not my Badimunka son, I would have done something, extra mile. And yes, issue of giving the clerk to come up at any time to appoint. I want to assure you, there are things that which members of parliament we cannot do. Issues of purely administrative, we cannot really venture into that. So those are the reserve rights. Portion section 111 of the Constitution clearly mandate the clerk being as a support service to this parliament. So let's allow and trust the clerk to do purely the administrative processes to make sure that they support the committee as mandated by the Constitution and our standing orders. Jura Central, of course, he also has concern, and I think he's really convinced now that the 120 days has been really calculated, and it will really make us receive this report in our upcoming session, not this forthcoming session, but the September session for us to report. And like the member for Nyani said, justice delay is justice denied, and we don't want to really use delay tactics to prolong this investigation. That is why we are giving the committee ample time for them to really have all necessary tools. That is why both the leadership, the Speaker and the Clerk of Parliament is going all out to even allocate resource persons who are really, on top of issues in terms of valuation, in terms of forensic, even all the forensic auditors. If it warrants us to employ the services of a forensic audit to support this special committee, we'll do that. Just to portray or to tell the general public that your fears should be allayed, it is not business as usual. We can assure the general public about that. And Opo Fladu, yes, I think I've addressed the time frame, and then of course, he has issue about for him to bring a judiciary, Upper Fladu West, a judiciary. I want to assure him that the prayers that are advanced in the motion, we are relying on our legal department here to be the lead investigators in terms of this inquiry. You know, the inquiry in the President Saga, we are using members to be the lead questioner or lead investigators. But this time around, because of the seriousness that the Parliament is attaching to it, we are bringing the service of our legal counsel, our legal team here, for them to sit with the parliamentarians to really, be the lead investigator in the entire process. And the member for Lower Florida West, we appreciate the comments, and of course, thanking the move as well. And of course, I can bear you witness that, time without numbers, the member for Fonyi Jarol raised some parliamentary questions regarding the said issues before here. And Fonyi Kansalara. Sane mentoring, of course. Due diligence will be done. And that is why the youth went out to protest that they want a disclosure, full disclosure of the buyers of these assets. And then that is why, pursuant to Standing Order 109, and of course the Constitution, mandates the committee to have the powers of the High Court to make sure that it can summon any entity, within the states to come and give a full disclosure, and those names will be made public to the citizens. And of course, your fears should be allayed, and that we are going to make justice to the composition of this committee. And for Banjul South, well, thank you so much for the commendation. In your belief that there have to be connected matters. But of course, if you look at the prayers advance, your fears should be allayed because it has gone further that the inquiry into financial activities of public bodies, enterprises, offices and regard to their dealing with the former President Yahya Jammeh and connected matters, that should also address your fear. And secondly, issue of not really reaching out to them. I have engaged with leadership. He promised that he will make a caucus and then meet you over this issue. So there has been a consultation. And all you do, of course, thank you for the commendations and the support to it. Lower Badibu. Well, I'm not asking for time from you. Like I said, this is purely driven by national interest. So we're not here to really ask for commendation, whether you comment or not comment. What is important, the thanks and praises goes to this August Assembly, particularly the 6th Legislature, for taking the bold step, the giant step, to make sure that there has to be an instituted parliamentary inquiry into the alleged sales of the former President Yahya Jammeh. That alone, you're coming here alone, attests to the fact that you want transparency and you want accountability. So I thank you for that. Like I said, we're not looking for chief popularity or any other thing again out of this. And I wouldn't want to preempt the membership, but even if I'm approached, and also he did mention that if he was around, he would go on the street to protest. But I can also assure him that in as much as, rights to demonstration, pursuant to Section 25, there is no unchecked rights. There are rules and regulations guiding those procedures. So in as much as there's a given right under the Constitution, but there are also a public order act that also gives you how to go about it. So even if he also in the future, he wants to plan demonstration, he's at liberty to demonstrate. But I can assure him that if you also go on the street without having requisite permission or legal approval, he should be assured of being arrested, by the competent authority. I can assure him that. So, coming to Talindin Kunjang, it's unfortunate that he's not here. I agree with you, of course, that proper recommendation must come out with board decision, and the landed properties of Jammeh, of course, like I said, in respect to the Commission of Inquiry, due diligence will be done to it. And Brickham North, like the preambles in terms of the arrangement, for me, I don't have a big issue with it, but of course, it's subject to engagement. And of course, the issue about the political agenda, the political and gender representation, I will refer him to look at standing order 96 of 3. I will give you where we get issue of gender and political representation to be factored in it. It is part of 96 of clause 3 of the standing orders. Nominated member, Deputy Speaker, of course, I totally concur with you, and I also salute your support. And of course, this is given. It is part of our standing orders that members who are politically conflicted should really recuse themselves or register their interests. It is a given in our standing orders, and I think members will be honorable enough to do that. 19 Banjul North. Thank you for acknowledging the move. Of course, addressing the fact that if government doesn't want further protests, they should really do the needful, or they should stop doing wrong things. I can assure you this government is as transparent as you may think. The government is up to the task, and this government has brought about rule of law and democracy. And that is why, in as much as the government has created the enabling environment for us to flourish, our democratic dispensation and consolidate those gains, we have to put it in the context of rule of law. No one should be seen above the law. In as much as, like I said, rights are given, but there is no unchecked rights. So basically...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
On member for...
May I hear the point of order from who? Banjul South, yes?
Thank you. Point of order. Mr. Speaker, point of order 32, permissible interruptions, 32(1)(b). To elucidate on a point of clarification some matter raised by another member in the course of his or her speech, provided the member speaking is willing to give way. So it is up to the majority leader to give way, but I want some clarification.
Sorry, let me just...
sorry, Honorable.
Yeah.
Honorable, that's not a point of order.
Thank you.
If you want to elucidate on something, it is the option of the members taking. But if you put up a point of order, what I would expect is somebody is doing something out of order. So
he said something that I want clarification. That's why I said,
if you want clarification, if you want clarification, just ask him to give you a chance to clarify. If he agrees, you take the floor. If he disagrees, you sit down.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Banjul North also rightly said that we cannot afford to lose our integrity. Please.
Sorry, Honorable. I have told you, if you, Honorable.
What's your point?
Honorable, please.
Be civil.
Honorable, Banjul South, it's not for me to give you opportunity for clarification. If you cry for clarification and the member consists to ignore you, it means he doesn't want you to give you the floor. If he hears you and wants to, he will sit down and give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And the member for Banjul North continues to say that we cannot afford to lose our integrity as members of Parliament. I mean, maybe that is due to the composition of the membership and also calling them to do due diligence. And I can assure you, we have an abundance of integrity, and the Parliament will do everything possible to elevate the image of this August Assembly. And he was asking about if some are adversely mentioned to really vacate or take leave of absence or to excuse themselves. But I can also only assure him that Parliament can only act on report. We cannot really act on sentiments. It's unless and until we receive those reports and then their names are adversely mentioned, then there could be a recommendation and forward to the IGP and action will be taken. So I think it is premature for them to recuse themselves. Yes, Sabat Sanja. Of course, thanks so much. We thank the mover for coming up with this. And also, in as much as the demonstration is granted, there has to also do it within the context of law and make sure that the rule of law is upheld.
Honorable, you will have to summarize.
Yeah.
Probably not repeating what has been
Yes.
said. Only concerns raised.
Observation, Honorable Majority Leader.
Ahead.
Thank you.
You want him to observe you?
Thank you very much, Honorable Majority Leader. I did make mention of something, a statement here, which you were trying to respond to, and I have realized being engaged by some NAMs and 2 members of the youth who joined those that were demonstrating from my constituency, that I referred to those that were demonstrating as cockroaches and mouses. I am saying this is not true. I did not refer to them as cockroaches. I did not refer to them as mouses. And if they feel so, I am humbly requesting for them to forgive me and I will apologize to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The reason why I allow you to observe, because I've captured you and I was talking about Sabah Sanjal, and that's why I've given you. Others might see differently, that I've asked for the floor. And I have not been given. So, Banjus, Central Badibu. And salute the Republic. I want to also amplify your voice to salute the Republic for what she has done. But I want to also make something very clear. It doesn't mean that Parliament is acting based on eventualities. All of us are privy that the National Audit Office is almost at the verge of concluding its audit findings. And whenever they conclude their audit findings, they report back to this Parliament. With or without this, issue of this audit report will come to Parliament, and nothing stops Parliament to act on it. And that is what I want to make it clear. That whenever an audit investigation is done on this, the Auditor General is compelled to send a report to the Parliament. And when Parliament will now sit over it, action will be taken, whether now or later. This Parliament is ever committed. Like when I'm always running on debates, I assure citizens that your thoughts and concerns are within the thoughtful minds of this Assembly, and we are living up to expectation, making sure that your concerns are heard. Member for Same. Of course, I agree with you 100% that the move of motion did a great job, and I also want to believe. I also want to assure you that it will be apolitical, and it will be moving by political things. But I can assure you, 120 days is enough and is well thought of before we get to that place. Foni Kansala, right? Yes, I agree with you. I can also assure you that was laid before here, where issues relating to the assets. And just one constituency, of course. I also appreciate your commendations. And as far as you call for transparency, impartiality by the work of the committee. And those are the prayers advanced in the committee's mandate. Bundugakunda, of course, similar sentiment has been echoed by you. And I can assure you that there will be live streaming and broadcasting as well. And he also advised against external influence. I think the committee probably would be on the oath as well, whenever they are doing their inaugural session, to be on the oath, because it's part of our standing orders as well. Kian West, say that the arrest of the youth are unlawful. I don't know where did he base that from, but I can assure you that we all call for calm and for peace to reign in this country. They come out for a just cause. It's about the way to go about things, and that led to this entire saga. In as much as government is ever committed in terms of upholding the very principle of rule of law, transparency and accountability, to the govern, those that they govern. And like I said, the auditors are about to conclude their report, and it will be sent to this very parliament, which will also be an added advantage to the special committee that we put in place. And Foni Bintan Karanai, and also the aspiring presidential candidates. Of course, thank you and for the comments. But I can assure you that this government is ever committed not to really stifle issue of giving permit to people to demonstrate is a constitutional right. But like I said, there are no unchecked rights. And then we will all have to urge ourselves to do things within the context of the law. And government is fully committed and open to transparency and accountability. Nominated member, Maimuna Sise, of course, I think we have to respect our members when they are on the floor. The side talks of memory, these are things that our standing orders are giving ugly eye to. Let's respect each other's opinion. In as much as you may differ, but there are dissenting views and divergent opinions, that must be respected by each and every one of us. For Ejero, I can assure you that you don't have such powers to vest anybody Grand Master of the Republic of the Gambia. It's just, you are making that to play with the gallery, but you know that you are not in any capacity, you are not in any position to grant that. So we should stop fooling ourselves that I'm giving this thing just to play with the gallery. You are not in that position. And I think it has escaped the speaker. If I was presiding, I would have asked you to withdraw that statement. And Lord Salum,
Honorable, yes, I challenged him, and he said it's the Foni Jarol Gambia, all of these things. That's what he said.
No, in as much as he said that he is investing in him the Grand Master Commander of the Republic of the Gambia, which we have only one Republic of Gambia. He has not such powers. Let him not fool himself or fool the Bigrari. You don't have those powers. Lower Salum, of course, he believes that the government has failed us. The government has failed us. That is an opinion, but to me, I think the government is more open to dialogue and interface, and if any member who wishes to engage the government, those are more than open. And even say that there was, if there was an accountability and transparency, we did not get to where we are. I can tell you there is an abundance of transparency and accountability of this government, because all the institutions are being checked by an auditors and the findings are being brought to this assembly. And let me tell you, it is not because of failure of government that I brought this thing, no. Because that is the notion it used, that the member for Kantura is attesting to the fact that the inquiry is wrong. I am not attesting to the fact that the inquiry is wrong. I am just complementing or amplifying the voice of the concerned youths and Gambians, that there has been an alleged sales of the former President Jammeh's asset and disposals. We coming here to validate this inquiry does not simply attack to the fact that the commission, what it is wrong. Record have to stay strong. I have to stay right. We are bringing this thing to look into the allegations that are being met on the procedure of disposal and sale of the assets. And that is why we are here. And coming up with this motion has nothing to do with the sense that the commission has done what is wrong. Kiang East, government made two fundamental errors. Okay, it's not here. Nyani, of course, thank you so much for your submission, and it's well appreciated. And of course, I also appreciate your message to the youth and your advice in terms of respecting the rule of law. Member for Serekunda, thank you for really schooling us that we cannot deviate from the very principles that we are discussing here. The motion before us here today is more of accepting to establish a special committee to investigate the alleged sales of some of the damaged property. Basically, of course, it's rather unfortunate that we cannot really avoid all these issues that have been raised earlier today since morning. And Jara West, of course, thank you very much and for supporting the motion. And I think he also gave similar advices and also preached against politicizing the entire process. And I want to say that to the youth and the Gambia at large, your concerns are heard. They are within the hearts and minds of this very parliament. By the grace of Allah, we are going to institute this committee, come tomorrow, to make sure that issues of alleged, because if you look at the reason for demonstration, it's a disclosure of the list of the properties that have been sold, who are the buyers here and there. So the parliament will do an in-depth analysis, in-depth investigation, and come up with recommendations and resolutions for the IGP to implement. I can assure you the parliament will never relent and will never fail in its oversight responsibility over government, making sure that as people's representatives, we hold government to account. And that is the very reason why you brought us here. Representation of one's people is a huge privilege and cannot really be overlooked. And we are in appreciation. We appreciate the trust and confidence bestowed on us to represent, you in your various capacities and constituencies here. We are really, grateful. It is, like I said, it's not right, it's a privilege. But anybody who has been given us privilege, you must thank God that you are serving the people who actually put you there. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, it's been a long day, and I promise not to take too much of the time, but to really sum up those issues. And I'm being served by only one or two, that is the use of the IGP. Of course, it's given by our constitution that after our work, we are going to send this thing to the IGP, and the Parliament should really be rest assured that things will be done in that manner. And issue of public interest has been made, whether it's a public interest or the best interest of the public. These words are used interchangeably, but I can assure that the best interest of the public, by per our laws and official nomenclature, public interest is apt, and it does not mean that it is not in the best interest of the public, because it has been raised by a member concerned about in the best interest of the public. Public interest is apt in this context. So on that note, Honorable Speaker, I thank you so much, and I beg to take my seat.
Fine. Clarification from. Pardon?
Of
the title, of course, I think I'm in agreement with you that it should expunge, right? Honorable Legislative Camera for.
Honorable Minority, can you take the floor and let's hear you?
Yeah, I was saying that as it is, the motion is limited to only sale and disposal. But I suggested that the assets of the former president can be there, including the ones identified by the commission, so that in the findings, they will not necessarily go to investigate the ones that are not identified, but to establish that there were unidentified ones, so that it can form part of the recommendation for that one can be investigated, if not by this body.
Thank you. I think, like I said, the mandate of this thing scope is within the Commission of Inquiry. So anything outside that also called for, that's what the Speaker said, it called for another inquiry again, the whole thing. We're not coming to do what has not been touched. We are just looking at the assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry and their disposal, as well as the way they sell them. So you are asking for an addendum that which are not captured by the Commission. That is not our mandate.
Mr. Speaker.
To encourage another debate.
No, it's not debate, it's an observation.
Honorable, the purpose of this motion is linked to the Jammeh Commission. It is because of the Jammeh Commission's revelations, Jammeh Commission's recommendations, that this thing came out. How the actions, what actions have been taken, how these things were identified, how they were sold, how many were sold, to whom they were. That's why it came out. Now, I think during the course of the investigation, this is a parliamentary committee created by we, the parliaments, and they have in mind the concerns of parliamentarians. At the end of this particular one, if they feel there are certain information which are still hidden or which should be investigated, they will make their recommendations. And then when the recommendations are made, you can do the needful. But it cannot be open-ended, we go out, because it has to be connected to that particular one. I don't want to debate. If I give people chances, we are going back into the debate. And I am not missing anything. That's what you think. I am not missing. He said unaccounted what?
This is why allow me to come.
Honorable, listen here. Listen to the heading. Motion for the establishment of a special select committee to inquire into the sale and disposal of assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry. Which one is the Commission of Inquiry? It's Jammeh Commission. This is what this relates to. So what else do you want? No, I'm not allowing a debate again. What do you want? What are you implying?
Speaker, am I given the floor?
Well, let me just complete. Assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry into the financial activities of public bodies, enterprises, and offices as regards their dealings with former President Yahya Jammeh and connected matters. Now, listen, unconnected matters, all matters connected are inscribed in this. What do you want it? It cannot go beyond this. You see, what you want, if you want to do that, it means you have to identify every small thing that is outside. That's why it says unconnected matters. Unconnected matters means anything that's relative to these things. Please, I'm not encouraging a debate. Hey, listen to what? I'm not encouraging debate. Honorable members, the committee being formed, the committee to be formed, approval has been given. The committee to be formed should be guided by the intent of the Assembly. They are members like us. They've heard us. They know what we want. We've given them a framework, and then we've opened it up for them. They know what they want. Please, we don't have these things. If there are still some things outside, at any time, it's not be specific. Any time, Parliament can come out with investigation. Parliament can do anything at any time. That's why I sometimes feel bad when members lament that this is what has happened and we can't do anything. When parliamentarians begin to lament, then people put their hands on their head. I mean, that's the truth. What we should do is to be impartial in what we do. Is to find the facts. Let's put aside all what we might have heard. Those are all allegations. Let's go out for the facts, and that's what the committee is tasked to do. And to do it independently and impartially. And of course, transparently. Whatever shortfalls they may come around, whatever they may find, they'll make their recommendations. If there are other things that probably they know is happening and is outside their mandate, we can go and tell them, go and do the same. Or create another one. Honorable members. Yes, who is that? Pardon?
Regarding the arrangement of the paragraphs in preamble, yes,
everybody agrees with.
No, except the mover.
Honorable, what he's saying,
yes,
what he's saying, if I understood you well,
yes,
like on the preamble, whereas number 2, public concern continues to grow, should go down somewhere. And then the other ones come. I think that arrangement is in order. I think that's in order. Yes, he's in order. Yes, he's saying that you are in order.
I agree. Yes.
Yes.
Turn. Take 3. Take 3. Can I start?
What is the proposal you said?
Thank you. I was trying to note that in 2.3, reference was made to the standing order, but in 2, no reference is made. No reference in made. No, you gave me, but it was not stated. That's what I'm trying to say. Let's make reference to the standing order. Yes.
So it's 96/3.
I think, honorable member, I think you are talking about 2, 2, where it talks about membership shall reflect 96 sub 3. I think the political balance reference can be made. Actually, on the standing orders, I doubt where there is gender issue. It was only mentioned, and I think it's 96 3.
No, it's 96 sub 3.
96
sub 3.
Yeah, 96 sub 3.
Sub 3.
I think they are talking about the political party variances to be correct.
And gender.
There is no mention of gender. But you know, some of the best practices now is that we, wherever possible and feasible, where you don't compromise, of course, efficiency, you take note of gender. Pardon?
We are going to put reference there.
In his response, yes, he made reference to that. If that is what we are going to stand by, in my view, it should be reflective.
Yes, we are going to put 96 sub 3. It's noted.
Let me thank all of you, honorable members. Let me thank the mover of the motion, honorable member for Tumanna and Kantora, and the majority leader. And let me thank all of you, honorable members, those who partook in the debate and those who did not. What became very clear is that everybody here accepts that there is need for this motion. From all the comments made, in various ways, everybody is in agreement that there is need for us to look into this allegation. That alone is enough. It means we are all on the same wavelength, and the Gambians are watching us. Some of your comments, we noted that whether we know it or not, people are looking at us, what is coming out. So definitely we should be very mindful. I thank you all. I now put the question. Be resolved that this Honorable Assembly do approve the establishment of a special select committee to inquire into all matters relating to the sale and disposal of the assets identified by the Commission of Inquiry into the financial activities of public bodies, enterprises, and offices as regards their dealings with former President Yahya Jammeh and connected matters. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, the motion is now approved. In accordance with Order 95.5 of the Standing Orders, the Committee of Selection shall meet to nominate membership to the said Special Select Committee and submit a report to this Assembly for approval by tomorrow, Thursday, 15th May 2025. But before I conclude and adjourn this sitting to tomorrow, I wish to once again reiterate that the substance of this adopted motion arises from the legitimate concerns of the public and this Assembly regarding the handling of assets accumulated during the tenure of the former President and the actions taken in respect of those assets following his departure from office. Honorable members, it is a constitutional imperative and a moral duty of this Assembly to uphold the principles of transparency, accountability, and the rule of law. In this regard, it is both appropriate and timely that the Assembly undertakes a thorough, impartial, and independent inquiry into the processes, decisions, and outcomes relating to the sale and disposal of these assets. The Special Select Committee, established just now, is entrusted with a clear mandate to investigate all relevant matters, summon witnesses, examine documents, and make findings and recommendations to this Assembly. As Speaker, I recognize the gravity of this motion and urge honorable members that will be nominated to the Special Select Committee to approach the deliberations that follow with the seriousness, impartiality, decorum, and sense of national responsibility that the matter demands. On that note, honorable members, I put the question. Be resolved that this August Assembly do stand adjourned until Thursday, 15th May 2025 at 11 a.m. 11 a.m. Tomorrow, 11 a.m. Those in favor, please say aye. Those not in favor, please say no. The ayes have it. This assembly now stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 15th May 2025 at 11 a.m. prompt.
Go sign until